Hey everybody, Snoopalax here, and today we're going to be playing some Hero of Law made by newer teams. So this seems like an incredible new Zelda ROM hack that is kind of based off the Ace Attorney games here. Stereo, brightness looks good. Alright, let's check this out. I've never played Ace Attorney before, so hopefully I'm really into like shows like Better Call Saul, just like lawyer stuff in general, so I think I'll enjoy it. I'm not the biggest fan of like reading through lots of text boxes, but I'm really curious to see what this game is like. This game autosaves after each scene. Do not turn off your console during scene transitions. Fair enough. So for this game, they want us to have like this grip where we go like left and right. It's so quiet. Yo, what's up in shop? Do you think they forgot? Forget a royal visitation. No one could make such a blunder, princess. Yeah, I'm playing on 64 right now, Rovert, too. Like, this looks like just incredible, Rovert. Well, I guess I should just go in then. Well, shoot, well, I guess I should just go in. What? Okay, so Malin killed him. Or, he has the poach saw, like, case closed. March 17th, 9:37 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Defendant, lobby number 3. You think that after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress. So why am I shaking? Gah, I guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Come on, gotta look professional. Can't see you like this. Speaking of her though, where is she anyway? Hey, you over there. Huh? What is that, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet. But it will be soon, right? Did you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? Is Link representing Malin? And Malin's the girl, right? Like, and then it's probably... I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so... I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Wahaha. Well, you weren't the only one with that idea. At least she is currently in the prosecutor's lobby. You wanted to talk to her as well. What? What is up with this guy? He bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits. And now this? Not to worry. She will definitely be here before the trial. I need to talk to my client here. Great. That'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. But there's nothing I can do. But wait, I gotta poach the witnesses and everything here. I don't have time. Sometime later. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Oh, see, there she is. No need to get all worked up. What's up, Ben? Well, is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Malin. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castletown all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. If everything's fine, why do you look so worried? Well, how did the investigation go? Did you find anything? Yes. The investigation. I found tons of, groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What did the prosecutor want from you anyways? Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what happened to me if I'm found guilty. Doesn't sound like a valid discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. Probably just did that so we could have as much time to talk. You believe me, right? I didn't do it. I never did. Well, you had the poacher saw. Well, I might be a little suspicious. Oh, very funny. Haha, sorry. Of course I believe you. Although I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. Hi. What's that you've got there? Well, this is just a pictograph of father I carry around. Oh, that's cool. I like that a lot. Can't believe he's gone. Oh, this is such a cool, like, cannot believe I'm playing this like on console right now. This seems like a whole different game. I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. Wait, Malin and what's the other one's name? Like the younger one. It's Malin and Romani. Or is that Majora's Mask? I don't know. Not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, you know, that pictograph could be really useful for that trial. Oh, how so? Well, you look so happy together. I can present it to show that two of you had a great relationship. Kind of like a character witness, in a sense. You really think so? Oh well, here you go then. Romani is from Majora's Mask, Malin is from Ocarina of Time. Oh, sorry. I was thinking Malin had a little sister, but Malin's sister is Malin because of the time travel mechanic. I've been playing the randomizer too much. I was thinking Malin and Malin were two separate people, like in, yeah. But yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, because it's Romani and Cremia, and then it's just Malin and Ocarina, but there's no little sister because they're the same. Okay, I got it. Malin's pictograph added to the courtroom. Oh, I like how they use the pictograph box from Majora's Mask. What's up, Mr. Don? Good to have you chat. At least I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I'm playing this on actual console on like a 64. It's like a ROM hack of Ocarina of Time. It's insane. But wait, we shouldn't be idly chatting. Anyways, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happened? I don't stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, there really isn't much. The trial is starting. Jeez. That much time with my client. That's insane. I don't even get to know her side of the story before the court. Defendant attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright. Everything will be fine. The prosecutor has been playing me for a fool since the beginning, but sooner or later, his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. Oh, Catherine, my name is Link. I've been a defense attorney for the last 7 years. I won my fair share of cases and lost some too, but this one is personal. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Malin's life, I've got to find out who did this to Talon. Talon, he was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I cannot lose this. Have I done court light stuff before? No, I've never had like jury duty or anything. And I'm in Canada, so I'm pretty sure it's like the exact same as the States for like jury duty and stuff. No. Yeah, no, it looks really cool. It's just one thing. I'm not a big fan of like reading. Like, I don't mind reading a little bit in games, but I feel like this is gonna be all reading. So there's a small chance I'm gonna be burnt out of just like reading after like half an hour. Court is now in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. The defense is ready, Your Honor. I sincerely doubt that. Dragmeyer? Is that wait? What were they thinking? Pitting me against some pathetic kid. Link. Pathetic kid, what gives you the right? Still, your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, foul woman. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you've committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? Now, this court is no place to be exchanging insults. Since the prosecution seems ready as well, let's hear their opening statement. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. Oh. The girl did it, it's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. All so she could have the ranch to herself. Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you? You greedy little rat. Oh, Gendorf Dragmeyer is his full name according to the link. Oh, okay, I did not know that. Your Honor, you can allow this man to verbally abuse the defendant like this. Objection. Since she committed murder, kid, she deserves every bit of scorn gets. I do believe a little less commentary would go amiss. Bah. I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all of the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that? Ganondorf Dragmire. Oh, there we go. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently he prides himself on the nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I've even heard some attorneys refer to him as the king of evil. Definitely has that look, at the very least. Who wears full armor to court? Very well, please present your case to the court. You don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Bring Impa of the Sheikah Force to the stand. Oh. Well, here we go. The first battle. I know Impa, she's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please let her have made a mistake just this once. Respect for murder, yeah. Oh, that's cool. I like the out, like all the stats in the outfit is so cool. Like, I'm just curious. What happens if I press R? So I got attorney's badge, proof that I can stand in court as an attorney. Malin, age 27. My long life friend and the defendant in this case, Talon, deceased, the victim, judge, jolly old man, Ganondorf Dragmire, age 59. Did not know that. What happens if I press start? Oh, I can. Oh, wow, they have a whole. That's cool. Alright, to your name, and this game, I was mentioning this earlier, but it uses the left and right controller, so you don't use analog stick, which makes sense, because everything's kind of like D-pad menus-esque. Right, state your name, and whatever it is you pretend to do. You never change, do you, prosecutor? Always the same. Any possible change would be for the worst. Wow, now, stop wasting time. Name and occupation. I guess if I ever miss something, just pause it. Name and occupation. Oh, man. Very well. I am Impa, head detective of Sheikah Force, Homicide Division. True for now, at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking. You were the one assigned to do the case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement. I suppose I can do the prosecutor's job for him this time, for the sake of an unbiased look. Please go ahead, detective. The incident happened early yesterday morning on Lomon Ranch, a local supplier of goods located just south of Castle Town. The current owner of the homestead, Talon, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I have seen the man around Castle Town a number of times delivering goods. Quiet. The owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the royal guards who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it is operating as it should, and as a gesture of appreciation, the crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective. When the Sheikah Force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him, laying his daughter Malin, breathing, but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her, as she was deemed the only possible culprit. That about covers the gist of what happened. Very nice. And succinct. Keep that up, and perhaps you'll keep your job. Oh, I don't think the good detective here has to worry much about that. She is the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of the detective herself on a case like this? What? What's more case? Were the other detectives unavailable? Okay. Makes sense. Well, that would be because I have been assigned to this case by order of the King of Hyrule himself. Okay. King of Hyrule, or the King himself assigned you. That doesn't happen very often, does it? You're correct, Your Honor. I'm not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the king felt it necessary because of who is involved. Who is involved? Is the death of the ranch worker really such a concern for the king? There are like 12 people in Hyrule. Well, as I said, Lon Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. Did you even talk to the king in Ocarina of Time? I do. I think he's just referenced, or maybe Ganon is like bowing to him. I don't even know. That's not who I meant. Imagine the king wanted the top investigators on this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. Order. I will have order. The royal princess Zelda witnessed the crime. Nah. And there you have it. He's not seen, but the king from Wind Waker is implied to be. Oh, that makes sense. Thank you, Kata. This case rides on the princess's own words. To doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty. This is bad. I can't really object to that. Very well. If the princess is testifying today, it better we don't make her needlessly wait. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested. I'll lose my voice after this stream. Jeez. Ooh. The reason for arrest. Well, thank you, Daysan. It is with regret that I agree with Dragemire. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch. The victim, the defendant, and a worker who was an alibi for the time of the crime. Who has an alibi for the time of the crime. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out on the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon, without a doubt. That's what was used to kill the victim. Poacher saw. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Your Honor, I would like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. Poacher saw, right? Oh, first I have the autopsy report performed by the Crown's top coroner. Autopsy report added to the courtroom. Here is what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hands. Oh, I guess maybe, wait. It's not listed as poacher's saw. Maybe, I don't even know what, like, poacher really means. I just know it's called the poacher saw in Ocarina, but I guess it's just a saw. I don't know why it would be different, but I don't even think I really understand what a poacher saw is compared to a saw, so I'll add it to the courtroom. To make sure we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. This matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. Ranch inventory added. I'm just, that does sound quite compelling. I'm just curious about the ranch inventory if. Ooh. That's actually cool. 8 rakes, 4 garden hose, 8 buckets. 1 wood sauce. I wonder if, like, this is forged at all. Date March 15th. Name Ingo. That's his brother, right? It's Malin and Ingo, I think. I don't think we can see the other page. But, 28 horseshoes. Wait. 28 is... Wait, what am I thinking? Yeah, 28 is divisible by 4, so... Makes sense. I'm just wondering, like... I'm just, like, overanalyzing things already. Okay, let's just continue the court case before I start, like, really thinking about stuff. That does sound quite compelling. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps to prove the defendant's viciousness. At this rate, they're going to paint Malin as some heartless monster. There's one more thing I feel I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a carrier showed up to take some milk shipments. Of course, business must go on. Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? Shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally, who do you take us for? Even though the worker handed the shipments, did get quite worked up about it. I cracked all of the boxes open to check what was inside. In the end, it did turn out only be milk bottles, so we let them through. Very well. Thank you for your thorough detectiveness. Yo, what's up, Axel? Sorry, I'm not the best at reading chat. It's just reading this. It's hard to like go back and forth. Milk shipments added to the courtroom case. So what happens now? Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Oh, great. How does that work? Huh? Could you explain what you're going to be doing? Can't hurt to go over this again. I know what a cross-exam. Okay, well, sure, why not? The witness will repeat her testimony. I'll be able to scroll back and forth through individual statements by pressing A and P. Oh. That's right. I have to consider every little detail, can't miss a thing. For info about something, I can use L to press the statement and ask the witness a question. Grill them for info. Yep, since the witness has to come up with an answer on the spot, if they're lying, prompting for more info can make them slip up. Most importantly though, if I find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I can press R to bring up the court record. Court record is basically a list of all the evidence, right? Yes, I can open it anytime if I need to recheck facts. Yo, what's up, Noggin, Chris? Chat. After choosing a contradictory item, I'll press C up to raise an objection and present my doubts to the court. Oh, and I can not only present evidence, but profiles as well. Profiles. Court records contain a list of people involved too. They switch between evidence and profiles with R. Need to review what's been said recently. I can also press start to see the history of messages. I see. That makes sense. Is the defense done whispering or whimpering? Either or. Haha, sorry. If he's so upset about it, why doesn't he just press C right to skip ahead? That's kind of cool to say. The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. A waste of time. Clearly hope you're not implying that a standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Jigmeyer. In any case, we're ready, defense. Please begin the cross-examination. Alright. Yeah. I've never played Ace Attorney before, just so I'm coming into this pretty blind. It's with regret that I agree with Dragmeyer. All the evidence points towards the girl being the culprit. Press. What makes you think she's the culprit? Just want to tell you, keep... Oh, okay. Indeed. As I was saying, okay, so that was wrong. I don't think I get penalized for that. Wait, that's checked. So we determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch. The victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time. Okay, I want more info about the worker. I'm not sure if Preston will give you more info, but I think that's important. 3 people, you say. I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Is he the worker? Wait, if he has an alibi for leaving, how do you ship the milk? If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you noticed she mentioned an alibi. Indeed, pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Okay, what's the alibi? Well, what is the alibi then? Alright, you're thinking the same thing as me, Link. You might remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipments. While the worker Ingo was in charge of them, left the ranch house first thing in the morning and was busy preparing the shipments after that. Is that so? Surely he couldn't have gotten away from that for one really quick little murder. This wouldn't just be a quick little murder, as you crudely point out. He'd have to have taken steps to hide his involvement too. Yeah. There was definitely not enough time for that. Unfortunately, I agree. Should I object that? But if the milk's at the ranch, it's like, how is that, like, if the milk's at the ranch that was willing, like, so he obviously came back to the ranch to put the milk there, right? This seems almost too easy. Like, some orders of milk that were left that left the ranch a little while after the crime. Well, how did the milk get there? He would have to came back to get, yeah, I don't know. So he's obviously going back and forth the entire day. I'm gonna try an objection. Okay, it won't let me. Preparing shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them, arrange them into all the crates, and finally load it up into a wagon. Usually I had to do it together with Father to finish before the courier arrived. So then who did it if like Mom wasn't there? Shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. Picked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with milk. So this Ingo was able to do the work of two people all on his own. Isn't that a little bit odd? Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly, he's a man dedicated to his job. Yeah, I'm not thinking. It only lets me object during other part. Or perhaps the girl and her father are just very inefficient. This whole thing seems awfully suspicious, if you ask me, but I guess I have nothing to dispute with it. Oh, well, that seems like. Wait, what was it saying about see up earlier? One sec, maybe. It said something about if I press C up at a time. One sec. I think it was a while ago. If anybody in chat remembers what the C up did, or if maybe I'm just thinking of something else. I thought it's like if I press C up on like something I think could be evidence or something. The whole thing seems very awfully suspicious if you're asking, but I guess I have nothing to dispute. Yeah. So I think check just means I pressed them. I don't think I should press every statement. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. It seemed like a... Yeah, I'm gonna press that. Why is it without a doubt? And how can you be so sure of this? Look at the autopsy report. Deep, aerated wound made with a sharp metal object. Supposedly sharp. Implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. And I've already mentioned we also look closely at all the sharp things in the ranch. That still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hit the real one. Oh yeah, prove it then. Oh yeah, prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon. Well, I definitely don't have any way of doing that. Nothing bothers me about that saw. So you have nothing. Let's check the autopsy report really quick. Wait, do we not have the autopsy? Okay, right, here we go. A deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Victim died from loss of blood. Okay, is there anything else in the inventory here? And probably... There's 6 knives. I guess it's a regular object, probably just because, like, they... One wood saw, alright. Nothing, what a waste. This seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Okay. You see anything wrong yet? Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. Should I have pressed everything? Maybe? I don't know, don't tell me. Unless it's like... That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Really? That's great. It sure is. Because I've got to poke all the holes I can find before the princess gets here. Well, it's... Maybe I should just press everyone. Okay, it's just gonna... Maybe I didn't hit the right one. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Poke holes, okay. I think I did not press the right statement. Even like the statements I pressed seemed like they were right, but we determined that the murder definitely took place inside the ranch house. I mean, what, they could have moved the body, like, I don't know, like... And just how did you do that? It's quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we expect a trail of it leading to the scene. Could the killer have just cleaned it all up? Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lon Lon Ranch is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of that sort. There wouldn't have been enough time to pull that off anyways. How would down in our... Sure. Right, it sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. The wait. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I think I'm in the hang. I've never played Ace Attorney before. Points to words. The evidence of the picture might work here. I'm just gonna press every statement just so I get like as much detail as possible. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim who was bleeding out onto the floor. I'm not really sure what Link's gonna say here, but Malin fainted. Oh, okay, yeah. Correct. Couldn't get her to wake up. Yeah, like... Eventually we decided to administer a healing fairy, so... I guess the body was just that much of a shock, huh? Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body. Can I just do the picture of Malin with her dad and be like... In any event. Because maybe I shouldn't be pressing every statement. Like, I'm thinking... If I present the picture... Objection. Look at her with her dad. What do you think of this statement, Your Honor? Oh, okay. I have 5 hearts. So I think if I present things wrong 5 times, I'm done. I have this evidence here. Don't listen to him, Judge. That evidence has nothing to do with what's being discussed. Oh, don't worry. I knew that. Attorneys always seem to ask what I think when they have no idea what they're talking about. Okay. Now I know, so I can't... Yeah. Okay, so I just gotta find the right evidence for the right statement. So I should just press every one, unless I'm like sure. Yeah, I've never played Ace Attorney before, so I definitely don't have the gist to it. So just give me time, please. Nobody spoil this. He seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. I just get the most info possible. She sure is. We've known each other for years. Yet she murdered her father in cold blood. How curious. Perhaps you're just bad judges of character, both of you. No way. Give me some time and I'm going to prove it. Anything wrong? Yeah, okay. I think I get it now. Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Sure is. Okay, so I think my hint is the saw. Okay, plus there's the profile. So I could... Victim, owner... Proof that I can stand in court. There's no way I use my badge. The picture, unless I use it in the wrong one, but I don't think this is enough evidence to be like... Autopsy report. Deep irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Saw. Match inventory. Yeah, let's just... This is great that I agree. Wait, if I press L, do I? Okay, I get to see the press again if I do this. What makes you think it's the culprit? Oh yeah. There, I get it. Points. Well, I could do the court record with the milk crates here. Because that evidence doesn't point towards it at all. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside the ranch. I don't think any of this would contradict that. There were only 3 people on the ranch, the victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi. I really think the milk crates is just good for like the 3rd, maybe. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon without a doubt. That was... if I show the saw here, maybe. If I... Maybe like some OJ stuff where like the saw won't fit her hand, but... Okay, I'm thinking, I don't know, if I lose my 5 lives, I can just come back to this really quick, probably. There was only 3 people on the ranch, the victim. Okay, I think I'm gonna press with the milk crates. What do you think of the statement, Your Honor? What do I think of it? Why do you ask? Well, I have this evidence here. Okay, I think that's... Listen up, Judge. Consult. Wait. No, do you see anything wrong in this testimony? Me? Yeah, it's nice to put heads together sometimes, you know? Oh, I see. Well, okay, there you be him. We're pretty sure that the saw is the murder weapon. Shouldn't there be something on it if it was? Oh! The saw's, okay, clean, yeah. You're right. You can't make a deep wound like that without your weapon being marked in some way. Okay, in the opening cutscene, the saw was bloody, and I just thought they wouldn't kill him. Show that the court. I think there are at least 2 statements I could present the saw to. Okay, okay. Pulls a murder weapon found in Malin. Clean of blood. I guess it does say that. There was only 3. Yeah. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Further, she was holding a weapon without a doubt. That's what was used to kill the victim. Court record. Yeah, there we go. I needed the hint, but you'll get better at this. Huh? This seems like a fairly large oversight. I just want to make sure of something. The state of the saw is currently is how you found it at the crime scene. That's correct. That's strange. Considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon? Oh, Andrew's up there. Huh? Is that all you have to say? Huh? Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean. Behold, this cloth was found in the defendant's other hand. Why wouldn't that be brought up earlier? As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. The defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement. No one was trying to hide her involvement. Why didn't she just leave the crime scene? Bah. Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Fortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look like she just stumbled upon the scene. Right, chat, no backseating. Like, I want to figure this out myself. I'm going to say, I know, like, probably a lot of people in chat know what I'm supposed to do, or it's obvious to people because they play Ace Dirty, but just don't let me know. Let me figure this out for myself here. Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence. That's the court record. So, what's the story with this cloth? Why wasn't it admitted into evidence earlier? Well, as I was doing a final check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit rowdy, you know? Anyways, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it up. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open. Oh goodness, are you okay? Well, it wasn't that bad. It did bleed quite a lot though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. I was actually going into the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence. A likely story. And impossible to verify now, of course. The Chica Force had to use a ferry on the defendant to get her out of her supposed unconsciousness. I do have to give her some credit. She is one cunning woman. She knew that would explain a sudden lack of any wound on her hand. Oh ho. Why yes, fairies are wonderful. So the other day, I slammed my hand with the gravel, and one took the pain off immediately. Great. Glad to know they're used for such important things. But, dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. I do believe this matter has been settled. I am ready to call my next witness. Uh-oh. Is that all I get out of her? You've served your purpose, Chica. Be gone. Fine. But you had best treat her highness with respect, or I'll see to it that you spend the night in the dungeon. Do not presume to threaten me, Chica. The night of darkness and solitude would be nothing but comfort for me. Is that so? Then perhaps we should fill the dungeon with lit candles for the occasion. Sorry, I didn't really take in this. Sometimes I read, but I'm like focusing on reading, not like taking the information. It's kind of fine, but at best, treat her highness with respect. Serve your purpose. Okay, so do not presume to threaten the Chica at night. That's so. Perhaps we should fill the dungeon with... Okay. They're glaring daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble. Order. The Fuhrer will treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, detective. Alright, what does the princess have to say here? This case has already made me weary with all the pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness Princess Zelda of Hyrule to the stand. This is just insane that I'm playing this on a Nintendo 64 with like a little CRT in front of me. Like, this is insane that this exists. Is something the matter? I think I definitely get the game now. Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden? Your Highness. I believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. This is quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls. In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant. Name and occupation. Now, the prosecution will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess. Derogatory. I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure. Oh, man. It is alright, detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. On this stand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment. Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image. You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then. I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current Princess of Hyrule, and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would like to know, why were you at Lon Lon Ranch to witness this terrible incident? It's simple, really. Lon Lon Ranch is Hyrule Castle's town's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's royal guards with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds. Now, I didn't know your horses were used by the royal guard. Yep. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Father loved to boast about it at the other ranch. Father loved to boast about it to the other ranch owners. Okay. Yo, what's up, son? Knowing Talon, I'm sure he did. How unfortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the crown's high standards under new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust. You're also looking for one. Naturally, those standards are quite high. Yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Here I go. The scene behind the door. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 a.m. Accompanied by my loyal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. Yeah, that's gonna be huge. Crystal bottle. That's probably the murder weapon. Or, no, probably not if it's not broken. In front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiled. The defendants hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. I was overcome with fear, and I screamed. I will never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such a horrible crime. What? Oh my. You saw the very moment the victim was killed? There you go. There you go. This decisive testimony. There's no need to doubt the princess's statement. I call for the judge to make a ruling right away. Objection. Hey now, hold on. I didn't get to cross-examination the witness yet. Have you fool, because there is no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said? Objection. Didn't you just say we should follow all the procedures and treat the witness like any other witness? Link is the defense right. I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I have only ever read about court proceedings in the Royal Library. That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations towards the princess. Oh, I didn't read that. Towards the princess. Is that clear? Naturally, Your Honor. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well. What's gotten into the prosecutor? That seems like a rather intense outburst. Well, I do have a guess. Oh. Because of the princess's status, it's possible that Dragmire didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean that the testimony is a surprise even to him. Because of the princess's status, it's possible that Dragmire didn't even have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. Might mean this testimony is a surprise even to him. Yeah? This could be my chance. Early again, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene. That would be this, I presume. Where does Gandorf have it? Oh yes, that's exactly it. What is that? This is the bottom perfume that father intended to gift to her highness when she arrived. Quickly rode out of town to get it at the last moment. He didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king until only about 2 hours before the visitation. Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself so. As fascinating as this all is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case. Gonna have a full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence. Just latch on to every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it makes you happy. No skin off my teeth. In that case, this court accepts this bottle into evidence. Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination. Scene behind the door. I arrived at Lon Ranch a little after 8, accompanied by my loyal guards. Okay, why would I press that? Unless it gives us more info. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle atop. What in In front of the table, a terrifying scene unveiled. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. Okay, I'm pressing this like that. Look at the face. Maybe the face is some clues too. I should take... You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness. That is correct. This is probably the one I need to press, I'm thinking. Is that... That's impossible. You're lying. The defendant will curb her outburst. You're addressing royalty. What's up, easy piano? It's really bad. What now? Ask about the crime scene. Ask about what was outside. Use Zelda of the crime. She's a highness. That's not gonna work. Just ask about the crime scene. Where was the victim and the defendant at this time? Ranch owner was in front of the little table that is directly across from the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after her attack. Large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. Wait. If she fainted after the attack, how was she able to clean the knife? Okay, let's think about this logically. The ranch owner was in front of the table that was directly across the entrance. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted, so she never saw the knife get cleaned, or the saw. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right. Fortunate as it is as unfortunate as it is fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue. That was something else. Ask about what was outside. Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness? No, the place looked empty. Although I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when a courier came asking. Some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. Asking about milk shipments. He caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah force started inspecting it. The worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. The ranch is pretty large, said worker. Was inside a building on the other side. Well, initially they said he wasn't at the ranch at all. Now they're saying that he is. Understandable, she wouldn't have seen him until later. This really doesn't give me a whole lot of work. That's something else. That's about the crime scene. No, that's enough. I could accuse her of the crime, but I don't think she did it. And I think that's... I might lose a heart. I probably won't, but... Actually, let's just see if I lose a heart. Let's see what happens. I'm just curious. Well, if you were there alone, how can we know you didn't do it? Accusing the princess pathetic. The defense is truly grasping at straws. I don't think you fool. Any child could overpower a grown adult, one who does hard manual labor every day. Well, you think Malin could do that? He doesn't even want to take the life of a merely ranch owner. Not just any ranch owner, the one that the crown had a most successful business relationship with. Idiotic, simply idiotic. Well, maybe the crown wanted the ranch for themselves. Has the defense lost their mind? Ease the line of questioning immediately. Okay. Perhaps a penalty will disabuse the defense from further abstaining accusations. Okay, I did lose a heart for that. I think. Okay, so if you ask stupid questions, you'll lose hearts. Yeah. I extend my most sincere apologies. I don't know. Okay, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, now I know. Okay. I had a feeling I'd lose a heart for that, but I don't know how this game works. But now I know. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe you commit such horrible crime. I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it really is shocking. Don't believe her, right? Even if she's the princess, that means nothing. I didn't do it. You trust authority or to lose your best friend. Like something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. Okay, so right now, let's try pressing. This is more info about what she saw. Are you sure you got a good look? Then, Your Highness. You can look away in panic. The princess was brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There is no need to doubt what she saw. Yes. I suppose what she did was admirable. If only we had arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked. So anyone trying to stop you, huh? Reaction. What she meant, and you know it. Very well. I didn't mean to go do that. Can you do it? I'll probably just press every statement just to see the info I can get. Or wait, let's just think about this logically. This is probably the one that we gotta... In front of the table, the defendant hacked the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. Well, one. Like, this blood rig might be it. It might just be the perfume, because, like, if it was bought right before the crime scene... Let's get the timeline right. I arrived along on Rancho after 8, accompanied by my loyal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. I could sense that something was wrong. Opened the door. It was mostly empty. There was a table, some sort of crystal ball on top of it. On the table, a terrifying scene was the defendant. Overcome with fear and I scream. I heard that tone. Trust your... Okay, I'll go through everyone. I heard that Tal and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such a horrible crime. Horrible violence. Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Mal didn't do this. What nonsense. Her heart, what do her organs have to do with anything? Well, of course. Evidence and testimony be damned. Just because we feel the defendant must be innocent. I should go over the people, too. If you're sure, then I declare it is heard. I've been gone senile, old man. It was a joke. Much like the arguments the defense has been presenting. I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it really is shocking. Don't believe her, right? Even if she's the princess, that means nothing. Just authority or your best friend. At least something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go and press every statement here because I'm just gonna double check my profiles here. Mountain's 27, okay, I mean... I arrived at Loma Ranch a little after 8. Seems early. These guards were Her Highness. Why were they not called as witnesses? Yeah, that's... We did question the guards, naturally. Apparently they didn't get to see anything relevant. I was the only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one be allowed inside until the Sheikah force arrived. I've read the presentation Preserving this scene is vital. Could I? Quite correct. I'm sure the guards were absolutely thrilled with this order. Please proceed, witness. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. Have you conducted these royal visitations in the past, Your Highness? Oh, no. This is my first one. Wait! Oh, yeah, I think they did say that it was, yearly, but it was the king. This was the first one. Up until last year, my father was always the one. Yeah. Whenever he decided, I had to start preparing for all the royal duties that awaited me, so I was able to get it this time. You will doubtlessly perform as ruler when the time comes. What happens when you got to that ranch house? I could sense something was wrong. I opened the door. And that, what then? I'm interrupting, let her get to the point. Defense. I believe it was clear about not badgering the witness. Okay. I need to calm down. Okay. Alright. The room was mostly empty. There was a... Pay attention to something like that after seeing a murder, princess. Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for Sheikah Force to arrive. The bottle was quite beautiful. It just stood out. Alright. I'm just gonna see what Zelda says again because I think it's brilliant. I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it's really shocking. Don't believe her, right? Maybe that means nothing. Wait. If she stayed with the princess the entire time, the blood rag. The defendant hacked the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. I don't know. This probably isn't it. I'm clutched my mouth at the crime scene. Suppose she wiped the saw clean with this. Like, she would have saw that and confirmed the blood rag story, right? Yeah, that's true. Probably couldn't wipe off the blade while the princess was watching. There we go. But it's not entirely out of the question. There's something much more damning in this testimony. I shouldn't play all my cards this early. Okay, well at least I didn't lose a heart for that. Okay, well, at least I didn't lose a heart and they thought about that. There's probably something more damning. Ranch gift for the princess. I feel like... I don't understand why it would be the perfume, but I kind of think it is. Proof that I can stand in court. Malin with her father. Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. The victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. Wait. If she no later than 8, what time did she arrive? I arrived after 8. There we go. Should be it. Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts. How dare you question the princess? You will let the defense speak, prosecutor. I think I see why he's so desperate, wanting to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you say that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8, correct? Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were quite a bit early. I see, that makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitively definitely died before 8 a.m. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you were there, when you arrived, because the victim was already dead by then. There we go. Order, order. Yes, you've really caught her in a lie. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Well, I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, and I will nonetheless not tolerate lies in the court. I have not lied, I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought it did. Princess, that is a matter of life and death. I definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. I should get that heart back for accusing her of lying. I don't know. Obviously, I won't, but there's no one else who could have done it. Remember all the other details correctly. The body's on the floor of the pool of blood. Oh, I didn't get that last one. You have to believe me. Perhaps it'll be best if Her Highness revised her testimony. That's no good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll find something else, or this case will be over. Wait. What I actually saw. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but I had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Mel and her father were the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. I see. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Defense, it's your time for your cross-examination. Naturally, Your Honor. The mayor still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess' testimony would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. I mean, it should be now, but that's lying under oath is a criminal offense. What I actually saw. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I'm pressing that. It's not embellishing. You told a lie. Why do you do that, Your Highness? That's not embellishing. Here's a life on the line. Here. I really am sorry. I suppose I got a bit too excited about being a witness in an actual murder trial. Really now. Most people hate testifying. Yes, well, the life of the princess is rather boring, you know. This is quite the break from the routine for me. I just get a hobby then. Alright. I did not see the actual moment of the attack. How would I object to that? But it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Why? Or just give me more info. How can you be so sure of that, princess? Well, when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body. What? But I thought it was in her hand. What? It's obvious what that means. Is it not the killer did not even have enough time to try and hide the weapon? Wait. So obviously... Yes, I might not have seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Oh my. It's a very important detail. I think it could be advisable for Her Highness to amend her testimony. Certainly, Your Honor. Interesting. He doesn't look very happy about this development, does he? Thinking about it. I don't know why. The murder weapon was still stuck into the victim's body after all. Then how is the saw okay? I mean, I think okay. the blood rake doesn't make any sense. We're the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. That doesn't actually mean that my client was the one to do it, though. One ranch surrounded by high walls, and the only way... Oh, sorry, I didn't read that last one. Surrounded by high walls, and the only way in is through a self-locking gate. Many people have a key to that gate. Just the personnel and the crown. Well, someone could have forced their way in. If you wish to propose such a possibility, you must... Okay, well, I mean, the evidence is the blood rake, because there was a hole in the fence earlier or whatever. Any proof that another person showed up at the ranch before the princess? Okay, my hearts are popping up, which is like... Okay, anything about this, because I don't want to lose a heart here. Info wasn't there. Okay, let's see exactly what he says. Do you have any proof that another person showed up at the ranch house? The bottle. But, like, obviously it's him. Or no, like... I do. I mean, well, look at what it says. Ranch gift for the princess bought just before the crime. I don't know if they want me to go there. Is this stupid? Of course he's there. These are the traces of another person on the scene. It just shows you have no trace of it. Oh, yeah, shoot, that doesn't work. I mean, I guess... I'm afraid I can't really trace your logic. Alright. I should have done that. If the murder weapon was still stuck into the victim's body... I think the blood rag... I might... We'll see. I believe we found another reason to doubt the witnesses. Okay, music stop. That's a good sign. Hopefully I get my hearts back after this, because I doubt the witness's words. I know I should have said no to that, but I was thinking, yeah, that was very silly, that bottle thing, looking back, but whatever. Here's what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecutor has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged in Tom's body and the crime scene was left intact, then it couldn't have been wiped. Yeah, I should have said no about the evidence that there's someone before, but because I guess obviously Talon was there. Well, Prosecutor Dragmark, here to explain. It was Talon, the victim who bought the perfume. It was a suicide note. This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw? Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim. And then wipe the blade clean. That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of Of course, I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out in his... Okay, why is Zelda such a bad, like... She's not credible at all. You idiotic girl. Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling? I am sorry. I was just so excited to stand as a witness in court just this once. Whenever I try telling my father about anything, he always seems so disinterested. Just this once I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture. Sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we will have to strike your statement from the court record completely. Yes, I did it. The prosecutors lost their key witness. No, please wait. I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards. Bah. Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy. Even if you are not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found. What? Huh? Evidence? Of course. What? While the Sheikah force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own. Sheikah, did you know about this? Of course I did. Did? I'll have your head for this. Order. What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court? It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her findings on her own. What? And you agreed to this? This court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown. He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Dragonmeyer on this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this. Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I don't think it would be at all important to the case. Thus, I let Princess have her fun. This is highly irregular. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Prosecutor? Naturally I object to all this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is probably just a waste of time. Yeah, the animations are great, Knocker, because all the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it. It's still clear she did, even without a witness at the scene. I see. Defense. What do we do? If we object to presenting the evidence, then Dragonmeyer loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for her case too. So we should agree with the prosecution. Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead here. Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely, you won't throw away all the progress you've made thus far. What do I do? I think I gotta request the evidence. Like, she's lied twice though. It's like the boy who cried wolf. This can make me lose my last heart, but I feel like requesting the evidence is the right thing to do. Let's request. I feel like I gotta request it. I just have one heart left, so I should be a little bit more worried than I usually am. Let's just request it. Because if we ignore the evidence, we're kind of ignoring all our testimony, which is in our favor anyways. Like, Zelda messing us has only helped us. Like, Zelda's really only helped us. So let's just request. I really hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence be presented. What? Well, I agree that the situation is irregular. We should still examine all evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is. I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you, in order to admit this piece of evidence into the court record, the princess' statement that she found is somewhere away from the scene has to be admitted as testimony. Yes, Your Honor, I am well aware. Defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance. Order. Very well then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. Thank you. I will not let you down this time, I promise. The princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand right now. I just hope this new evidence isn't damaging to our case. Let's see. Witness testimony. My findings. I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in the earlier testimonies. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant pass out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. As the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. All this end found a burnt out fire nearby, and a small near empty bottle of lamp oil. I of course took the bottle straight to the head detective. And here it is, the oil bottle I found. Is something wrong? Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant. Yes, well, of course there is, Foolish Girl. That's nothing to do with anything. Are you finding some random fire on a ranch, please? Well, there's a fire, there were boards missing. What next? You're going to declare every rake on the premise suspicious. Well, the prosecution will calm down. This is bad. Your Honor, like the fact that this evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right to cross-examine. Some straws have been grasped. Or wait. Why must you insist on this charade defense? Princess has merely recounted the same view as a crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statements. Yes, I found so many, but whatever. I believe there might be a way to tie the princess's new evidence into the case. Ridiculous. Regardless of what the prosecutor thinks, the defense does have a right to cross-examine. The court admits the oil bottle into the evidence. I truly hope this isn't a complete waste of time. For both of your own sake and your clients. Okay, I gotta be really careful. I only got one heart left. My findings. I should express my heartfelt apologies for mistakes in the earlier testimony. When entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. Was there anything else in the room? The bottle. Wait. Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned before. Okay. House is rather barren. These rare things are on the top floor since the downstairs room is mostly used for ranch business and the occasional game. Of course. That's famous cuckoo game. The good old days. The defense done reminiscing. There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars. I'm trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch on to here. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until a Sheikah guard force arrived. Wait. After the crime. Is this milk? Would she have seen the milk shipment? Some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. If we go way earlier... I don't forget. Yeah, I'll press more things, Marty. Yeah, don't worry. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Anything happened during that time? No, not that I... Oh. The guard did not occasionally protest. The guards did occasionally protest and asked me to let them take over, but I held my stance. Well... Commendable, in theory. Staying in the same room as the dangerous killer isn't very wise. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? Beat highly up above. I thought that did not occur to me. Of course not. Foolish girl. But the guards did stand close by. That would have been safe. I wonder to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard. Yes, of course I do. In any case. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. What was the smell like? Oh, it was awful. A really terrible stench. Probably burning the murder weapon. Say that you found the smell of a horse when you were suspicious. Do not be ridiculous. The smell was not coming from the horse. All the scent and found a burned out fire nearby and a small nearby empty bottle of lamp oil. A fire, huh? Let me remind you, defense, that there's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You still feel the cold grasp of death early in the morning. Princess, how long would you estimate the fire had been out before you found it? Alright. There was still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. Well, around the time of the crime. Someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant. I think he realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit the fire anyways? It would have to have been the ranch workers who was putting the milk shipments together at the time. Oh, he was at the ranch. What? Almost certainly him. I really want to ask about this little barbecue. You might just get your wish soon. Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. Without anything concrete to pin on him, we'll just be able to brush it off. It's almost like burning the evidence. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the... No, okay, she did. Let's press her. Right. And she allowed you to present it? Well, I was the one to find it, and since I was going to the trial anyways... Utter ridiculous. Yes, please make this the last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedures exist for a reason. Yes, understand. Do you have any idea why there would be a fire at the ranch that day? No, it is pretty odd. And it sounds like it's definitely worth looking into. Although, it'd be hard to link it to the crime in any way. In situations like these, getting as much info as possible is my best bet. I agree, Link. Let's press everything. Apart for the mistakes in my earlier testimony. There's no need to press the princess on her apology. You already wasted the chance to throw out her testimony. Yes, I bet. He's hit. Good boy. Thanks. Once Chico started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. I didn't just go home. The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. Father was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It does not take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castle Town to Loveland Ranch. I cannot imagine it's more than 20 minutes. That is pretty fast. Well, imagine the fact that the princess was involved helped speed it up. Slow pokes. I was there in half the time running backwards even. It wasn't so surprised though. Lion horses are naturally inferior to our Gerudo steeds. The Gerudos buy horses from a ranch too, you know. Just don't bother, he's trying to one-up you. Or rile you up. Nah. Defense, I believe that is enough. Doesn't seem like you're getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all. No, I suppose not, Your Honor. Naturally, I said this was a waste of time from the beginning. In that case, the cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have more revelations to share with us. No, I do not. I really thought the fire would be important. Hopefully just go straight to Ingo, because other than presenting the milk crates here to be like Zelda saw the milk crates, like leave the ranch. I really thought the fire would be important. Leave my sight. Enough. Your Highness, if you'd allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well. Okay, so I think I'm good for that. Now that Princess Little game is over, we should move this along. I thought there was like different acts. I think if I lose my heart, I probably just start from the act or whatever. The prosecutor's stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I'm nearly ready to hand down my verdict. Objection. I think you do. But Your Honor, there's nothing that definitively shows that Malin committed the crime. That is all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father. Now that is an excellent point of defense. The prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Patricide is not something a person commits lightly. I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement. But naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call in my third witness, Ingo, right? It has to be that ranch worker. Before calling him in, though, the prosecution requests a brief recess to prepare. I thought you said you were already prepared. He wants to double check that his new witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did. Very well, I do believe a break would benefit us all. Bert will reconceive after a 15-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Okay, cool. March 17th, 11:17 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Defendant lobby number 3. It's not going all that well, is it? No, I think that went about as well as it could have actually, given the circumstances. We exposed the worst of the princess's testimony as untrue. I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that. Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is that we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that house. Now. There's no need to look so glum. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You've really managed to make Bigmire furious, you know. I have. Listen carefully. You just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. He really is giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Expect him to try to shut you down as fast as he can. Well, that would be worrying if I had anything he could shut down in the first place, I guess. So, what you do? What do you mean? Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course. The fire, I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think it's relevant? Don't get me wrong. At present, I am convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason. But we're willing to explore every possibility. The fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be your only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic card. Oh yeah. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he's the only one who could have lit that fire. He's hiding something, I think. The court deserves to know. Thing is, the next testimonies about the motive. It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting. You'll have to make it work. Especially I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here. Well, thank you. Don't mention it. One last thing. You ranch girl. Me? Try not to hold a testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind. You know the road to the dark realm is paved with those, right? Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment. One she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, she was thrust into the role of heir very suddenly. That's right, the mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda. Hyrule still grieves after the events of that day. And yet no one knows what exactly happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok. People blaming the royal guards, the Sheikah, and even the king himself. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. The princess's conduct today probably won't help with the distrust that people have of the crown right now, though. She's wise beyond her years. She will learn, and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes to this trial. She does not need more than she already has. Well, she's so intense. Never expected to see Impa get so emotional. I guess all this is why she decided to take the blame for the princess's impromptu investigation. Detective Impa. What is it, soldier? I'm quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of new development. Something about a milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address. They're asking you to come over to see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Then someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Roger. What? That's going to be relevant. That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple of guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it'll help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened. Oh. Thank you. Nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though. Well then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. Excuse me. I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk has just lost its flavor. Oh, they're drugging her. Not lost its flavor, but Lon Lon milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh? You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments. Probably with the investigation at the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so maybe it just isn't fresh. No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste as if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said, I want to know if yesterday's shipments was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. I better make some notes about this in the court records. What about the shipments return added to the court record? Almond milk added to the court record. Defense, the court is about to reconcede. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once. I'm gonna be right. Okay. Oh nice, I got my heart. Right. Court is back in session for the trial of Malin of Longmont Ranch. I trust the prosecution's final witness is ready. Naturally, I've personally seen that there will be no foolishness this time around. Hopefully, his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for a defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. The matter of motive. For naturally, such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. Now the music's on point. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. Fascinating, very well. Please proceed. The prosecution was the ranch worker Ingo to the stand. Funny to see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. Oh. Yeah. He always just wears his work gungers. Oh, I guess, yeah, it's just Majora's Mask. It's almost like a kind of different person. Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for court. And he wouldn't want to get this nice outfit dirty by working away. Quiet defense. Witness, state your name and occupation. Your Honor, great honorable prosecutor. Wait, is this? Maybe his twin brother? Probably not, but... My name is Ingo. I mind Longmont Ranch. Mind, what does that entail exactly? I'm mostly there to work on the structures and equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders. How long have you been working at the ranch? It'll be several years at this point. There have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have persevered through all the hardships. Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch's silo single-handedly. Well, that's some dedication. Very well. Given that you are clearly an important employee, you are privy to some inside information, is that correct? Yes. The ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we're like a big family. That sounds lovely. That sounds like a red flag that you're gonna be getting loads of unpaid overtime. Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way though, did they? It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, honorable court of law. The matter of motive. A couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Malin. A couple days ago. Talon became a lifetime tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all of the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. Surely tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. We have evidence. We have the defendant caught red-handed at the scene of the crime. And now we have a motive. Objection. How do we know he's telling the truth? I have of course verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castletown notary office to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial. The prosecution would like to submit the Lon Lon Ranch inheritance documents into evidence. Ranch inheritance documents added to the court record. Mr. Ingo, why would you? You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defendant... Okay, I'm just curious about this document really quick. And maybe like Lon Lon milk. From one of yesterday's info bought, it seems... Apparently, one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to misaddress. Ranch inheritance document. And then Alan, or Ingo, is added. A man who works on the ranch, usually in his work clothes, but he dressed up nicely for court. You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense has nothing. Objection. I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. But of course, ask whatever you'd like. I, the hardworking Ingo, can handle it. Very well, defense. Please begin. The matter of motive. Just a couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partially assigned the ranch over to his daughter, Malin. Okay, what's the other? What do you mean, like, partially? Like, he did or he did? How long ago was this exactly? 4 days. I'm not sure of the exact date. Had it been planned for a long time? Talon was getting on in years. Better take care of the matter sooner than later, eh? Malin. He's telling the truth. Father scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago. What do you mean by partly witness? Malin will inherit the ranch if she is unable. Wait. Malin will inherit the ranch. If she is unable, divide the deed between the crown and the remaining employees. So this is saying if Malin was in prison for killing Talon, then Ingo would get the ranch. So there's the motive. Wait, tell the truth, scheduled. What do you mean by partly witness? Wait, where do they say partly witness? Hang on. I've been planning along 3 or 4 days. I'm not sure of the exact date. How long ago was this exactly? Hold it. 4 days ago. Had it been planned for a long time, Talon was getting years. Better to take care of the matter sooner than later. Malin. He's telling the truth. Father scheduled. About a week ago. What do you mean by partly witness? Okay, whatever. I'm getting caught up on something. Probably doesn't matter. Okay. Talon became a life entity with Malin meant to inherit all the assets after his death. So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet. Well, of course not. I've heard all the stories making the rounds recently. So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment ownership signed to them. Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option. The girl is up to some chicanery. Chicanery? Are you telling me Talon just happens to die like that? No, she orchestrated it. No, he always diverted his decision. That's horrible. I'd never do that. As much as I'd like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them. and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself. I must concur. The younger generation is horrible. Why did he look at me while saying that? Anyways, what that meant was, as long as Talon lived, Malon could not sell the ranch. I'm just gonna press everything, because, like, why would Malon want to sell the ranch right now? Or wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? She'd have a much better time if she sold the old place. There's no need to move to Castletown. That's not true. I love working with animals. I would leave them for anything. Wow. She's often slagging on the job while I, the hardworking Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess the Deku nut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. That Talon loved to sleep on the job, too. Oh, I do recall a quite funny story about the Longmon Ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once. Guards couldn't wake him up. It took... Oh, okay. The vocal... Okay. Oh, jeez. Well, there you go. I'm the real reason why the ranch has such real... Me, the hardworking Ingo. I think that's not true at all. Okay, well, I obviously have the milk. And I have... Okay. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leaves the dingy ranch life behind. I think I know what to do for this one. Do you really think Malon would go that far? I just want to press everything. I don't want to think it, but clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they? Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? Talon was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling onto her, but really, how am I supposed to know? Oh, that's right. Well, if Malon didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier as Talon's only child? She'd still inherit the ranch. Oh, that's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much the sources meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now. Is this true? Yes. Father's previous service document did work that way. How admirable. I guess familiar bonds won over his drive to help the kingdom. Really a shame. Yes. Naturally, the girl wanted the whole thing, so she bided her time. I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we? Objection. Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Or experience or explain. Explain. Why would Malon have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people around means more witnesses. You'd think she would have chosen any other day. Oh, did I forget to mention this? I overheard Talon arguing with her that very morning. He was telling her he changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to the castle to change the inheritance back. Ranch gift for the princess bought just before the crime. I don't know if that's gonna help. What? Yeah, I don't remember the real master was legal education. Yeah. Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he did make the right choice in the end. Well, thank you, King Morgan. Sorry, I've been really bad at reading chat because I've been so focused on this. And because of the choice, if the defendant wanted to get the ranch, she had no time to waste that day. Is this true, too? Absolutely not. Father wasn't planning to do that. There was no argument either. What to do about this argument? I don't want to lose a heart. Better not bring any attention to it. Let's not add it to the testimony because it's not true. Unless Malon's lying, but... I might lose a heart for this, but I think adding an argument that didn't happen, that there's no evidence for, there's no sense putting that to testimony. I don't want to give Ingo's twisted version of events any more spotlight than necessary. Alright. The defense would like to move on and discuss something else. Oh, the way she was arguing with him really made me mad. It's wait. Oh, yeah, that's the last one. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after Talon. No, you hold it. That man gave everything for her. So many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. That man spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meant to give her on the very day he was killed. Another gift. It's a little bottle of perfume, I believe. It's horrible. That was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable. We add this statement to the testimony because this contradicts with the bottle for Zelda. However, the defense wishes to add the statement about the perfume to the testimony. Yeah, what are you doing, trying to implicate the defendant even harder? I think it's an important detail. The perfume is irrelevant, but I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthen our case. Very well, witness, please add what you just said to your testimony. Wait, okay, Talon often bought Malin gifts. Wait, how come it's not, maybe because the perfume's added now, so now we, where did you see this? I think it was just lying around the ranch house. Talon probably intended to give it to Malin on the day he was killed. Do you mean this, witness? Oh yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expensive, and only Talon had spent much on a salary for me, the hard-working Ingo. I get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know. What's your relationship with this guy anyways? Well, he's been employed and living with us in the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't really think he's ever skipped a day of work, thinking about it. Not a single one. Talk about dedication. But even so, something is very much off here. Okay, so I think that's going to show everything now. Okay, so I'm just going to... Thinking out loud here. We haven't done a profile yet, but I don't think, like... Something... Okay, let's just read it. Proof that I can stand in court as an attorney. A childhood photo. Wait. There he is in this childhood photo. But why is he not wearing his work clothes? Why is he wearing that suit? One sec. I feel like the clothes have something to do with it. When he works on the ranch, usually in his work clothes. How come in this picture he's on the ranch? Okay, I think I'm thinking too much into this. Okay. Victim died from loss of blood no later than 8. Supposed murder weapon. Ranch inventory. I think this isn't like more important than we'd think. Wood saws, knives, hammers, buckets. Inventory done by Ingo. Milk. Some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while. Ranch gift for the princess bought just before the crime. Ranch gift for the princess. Milk kit. Ranch gift for the princess. Let's present this because it says for the princess. Now he's saying for Malin, unless I'll double check that. From one of yesterday's shipments, Emperor bought it. Okay, and the milk. Yeah. Malin often brought Malin gifts. I saw the latest one, some kind of perfume, I think. Okay, if I present the perfume, I could be like, this is for Ranch's gift for the princess, right? And then he says Malin. Okay, let's... I might lose a heart here, but I think this makes sense. Witness. What is it? Just to confirm, you say that this bottle of perfume was bought for Malin by her father, correct? What else would it be for? I assure you Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes. Far from it. I guess he wasn't here for Zelda's testimony. He wasn't even, so he wouldn't know. Yo, what's up, Frost Freak? You know, I'm really enjoying it so far. This is super impressive. This is like one of the coolest ROM hacks I've ever played. Well, you're wrong, witness. Oh, is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur? No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was bought for the princess. Objection. So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction. But what does the purpose of this bottle change? Yes, defense, I admit, I'm confused as well. Please explain why the point is important. During the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon brought the perfume in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malin? It sure is. He had a gift for the king prepared. When the news arrived that it would actually be the princess making the visitation, Father quickly rode out into town to get a new gift. Oh, hearts are up. This info puts one thing into question. Talon's taste in gifts? No. Somebody's movements. If it puts her testimony into question, then it's just gonna be like, well, the princess's testimony is wrong and Talon is right. It must just be somebody's movements. I'm just gonna read this over really quick. It should be the middle one. I just don't want to lose any hearts. Earlier in the trial, Mal mentioned that Talon brought this perfume in preparation last minute. Yeah. Oh, I like this music. Yeah, somebody's movements has to be. Someone's movement around the ranch are put into serious doubt. Someone's. Well, don't keep us waiting then, defense. Who is this person? Naturally, the person whose movements become suspect is... Ooh. Oh, it doesn't let me start it. Talon, well... And think about this way. So Talon's movements would become suspect, right? And if Talon's movements are suspect, is that really going to help? Then I think Ingo's movements would be suspect. If he doesn't know what's going on. Well, I mean... I don't know. It's obviously either Talon or Ingo. No, let's think about it this way. Naturally, so the perfume bottle being for the king makes the movements of... Let's just go Ingo. I could totally be wrong. Could just be Talon. Take that. The witness himself. If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. A crime scene the witness supposed never went to. Oh yeah, because how would he see the bottle then? If he wasn't around. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Well, I got it right anyways. I didn't do it wrong, but... He shouldn't have known about the bottle. Ah. There we go. Order. The defense raises a very valid point. You simpleton, what is the meaning of this? Oh, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? No, of course I did. Oh, shoot. No, of course I did. Hey, I was working in the silo all day. I remember I saw the gift the day before the crime. The girl is lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day. What? But you went and grabbed the bottle. What? One's word against another's. Defense. Do you have any way to prove that your version of events is true? ranch near... Let's think about this logic. Ask the store. Ask at the store. Okay, do you have any way to prove that your version... Like... I feel like they're gonna be like, we can't ask the store now. Smell the perfume. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. Any one of these could be it. Okay, let's think about this logically. Yo, what's up, Devo? One words. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day. Okay, well, I don't think I'm... Okay, I'm gonna lose a heart if I don't get this. All the perfume isn't really gonna do anything. Find the receipt. You'd think the receipt would be attached to the perfume bottle, because it's a gift, and it'd be part of evidence. Okay, this is probably wrong, but when you buy something, you usually get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. Okay, maybe this is right. Maybe they're all right. It might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone out to look for it. Mother never throws receipts away. We have a drawer full of them. Perfume one should be right on top. Is that really the right answer? Maybe check the store would have been right too. It's probably one of those things where you have multiple right answers to make the player seem better. I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers rush out to the ranch house immediately and search. I wonder if I would have chose the other option if they would have rushed out to the store. Or if I... Yeah. Your Honor. Yes. What is it, soldier? We have just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Very well. Thank you. Yeah, what happens if I click the other option, Fraz? Fraz is one of them game developers. Yeah, let me know, Fraz. I'm curious. Very well, thank you. I shall now read it. Yeah. There is a lot riding on this. Yeah, but the store might have a receipt log too. I know. Frost is gonna tell me what happens. From Tingle's Mystery Smells. What? Oh, that's the shop. Oh yes, I think I've seen that store. It's that eccentric looking place in the back alley. You couldn't miss the blind neon colors. If you tried, it's an utter eyesore. The gal of this nobody running a monopoly on Hylian's perfume is preposterous. They'll just tell you that the store gets a lot of customers and couldn't possibly remember every individual customer, and you backpedal without penalty. Oh, so I did them nice. Okay, cool. So I got it right. Cool. But yeah, probably smelling you'd lose a heart, and then that one's a backpedal to do the other option that you don't lose a heart. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Frost. The gal of this nobody running a monopoly on Hylian perfume is preposterous. Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand. The nerve of that dunderhead. Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy? Wait. Okay. Okay, yeah, I love that name. Razfreak, that is awesome. Prosecutor. And the balloons. Oh, the balloons. That fool popped one right in my face. Prosecutor Drakemeyer, enough. Counting on purchase items. 1 bottle of Rosy Rupee Land. Oh my. This is quite the price. Why, I would have to. Your Honor, please, the date of the purchase. Oh yes, right. Date of the purchase. Why? It's March 16th, the day of the murder. It would have been before age, and obviously, like, yeah. What happens if you sniff it? You lose a heart. I'm assuming it'd just be like, why would you sniff it and you'd lose a heart? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Why? It's March 16th, the day of the murder. Ah. Dude, I think we're finally getting somewhere. Wow, this still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then. Yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on. You think we're gonna believe that? Do you have any proof that he didn't? Well, I believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movement that day. My movement? Well, alright. There's not a whole lot to say, though. It's unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. That's awesome to sneak fun of you for spraying the perfume in the courtroom. As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, is that detective one fine woman. See? I haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat. I'll pass. There has to be something wrong in there. Can't put a flawed story together that quickly. Okay, I'm assuming it's going to be like something with milk. My non-suspicious movements. As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came. Okay, I'm thinking... I'm thinking... milk shipment return. I almost just want to just present it now. I have a bunch of hearts, but I should probably just press everything really quick. Just to make sure. What were you doing? Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We send our crates out. Crates of milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Milk bars. Naturally. Everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there. I heard some other waters there's now despicable. See, I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment, though. Indeed. Talon and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied, so I took it upon myself to do it at this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Forest investigation would delay the shipment, and that I, the great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine. Yeah, they were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it. It's ridiculous. Getting tipsy from something like milk. But you couldn't handle even a sip of the Grudel's noble pursuit, a real man's drink. A real man's drink. Are most of the Grudel's women. Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was talking about how he had gotten himself a glass of water. Yes, of course. Moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat, you see. I got very thirsty, and... I briefly went back to the ranch house to get a glass of water. You don't think to just take a sip of milk you were handling? No. No, it wouldn't be right. That milk was for customers, you see. I just didn't want to get into any trouble. A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace? Right. So what did you see at the house? Nothing much. I got my drink and left. Had a lot of work to do, you see? I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there on the table, plain as day. Great. What happens after that, witness? I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. Yo, what's up, Nick? Thank you. Yeah, good old candy. And you were able to complete this so quickly on your own? You don't know the might of the great Ingo. But, yeah, how? Wham. I get things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo, though. Where there were so many, and all so heavy. It was like a puzzle in there. Okay, that's just a reference. Anyways, that's not important. The point is, I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. Are you sure? Sure as can be. You never went back in, even after the crime was discovered. They wouldn't let me in. Preserving the crime scene or some such. I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stable that night. It was terrible. Is what he just said. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. It is important. If you had to, I think it's important. Your Honor, I would like the witness to add his last statement to the testimony. What? What are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Yeah, fine. Whatever. Okay, one sec. Wait. Ranch, or... Wait, what's changed? Shipments, found, perfume, milk. Some of the orders... Well, after the crime, ranch inventory. Maybe it's in his profile? Or... Okay, no, this is added now, okay. I didn't even get to sleep or access any of my belongings. I had to spend the night in the stable. Okay, this is what's added. This 5 out of 6, I think. Couldn't you have stayed at an inn? What am I, made of money? Think, boy. I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know. You lawyers always flaunting your wealth. Right, alright. Not... Actually, sorry, I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing. At some point, the detectives came and told me what happened, and wow, was the detective one fine woman. Could you elaborate? She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. What's not to love? That's not the part I want him to elaborate on. Wow, he seems totally smitten with her. Sure does. I wonder how Empa feels about it. Perhaps. When this chore of a trial... Perhaps when this chore of the trial's over, I could. But, no. I'll have to wait. Look, you shot me, did you? I, the genius ranch worker, Ingo, seen through your schemes. He's sticking to the story, huh? Yeah. It was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. I can hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I knew. He usually so nice. Let's try him to press for more details. He's sure to slip up somewhere. Is this a different person? Did they, like... There has to be a piece of evidence or a profile waiting to disprove what he's saying. So, I'm just thinking out loud here. The whole... What he's he's dressed nice for court. And then if we look at this picture, a picture of Malin with her father, it just seems weird that he's wearing that outfit in that picture. I feel like there's something with that. Saw was kind of earlier. Ranch inventory. Like, maybe we could press with the ranch inventory and be like, well, one of yesterday's shipment and bought during it recently seems strange. Ranch, or apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being missed. Okay, I'm thinking the milk is probably the way to go. As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. Back to the ranch house since I didn't even get back to sleep or access any of my belongings. Wait. What day did this happen? Because maybe... So how can he do the inventory, maybe? It could have been in the morning, I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's like concrete. At one point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow. Okay, this might be wrong. I haven't been at the ranch house at all since then. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. Okay. Okay, let's double check the profiles. I'm gonna try the... Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being misaddressed. Yeah. Objection. The evidence reveals a clear contradiction of the testimony, Your Honor. That's probably wrong. Can't see anything clear there. I think that's clear. Shoot. Yeah, let's think about this. Like, it seems like... Maybe we can press him on the fire. At some point, I didn't even get to sleep. Okay, the night in the stable, okay, so if you send a night... I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. Yeah. As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. Found at the ranch near... I feel like this is wrong. I feel like I'm not having the eureka moment and everything I'm picking is like not gonna be right here. Works on the ranch usually in his work clothes, but he dressed up nicely for court. Detective, prosecutor, old man. I'm gonna read. A childhood photo of Malin with her father. A deep, regulated wound made with a sharp metal saw. Shovels, flails, and saws. Yeah. Some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. Bloody cloth, perfume. Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being mystery shipments. This probably isn't it, but I haven't been back to the ranch. Went back to the silo right after that and stayed until the courier came. This probably isn't it, but I can't really think of anything else. I'll try to figure it out. Ha, I've got you now. What? I knew a simple ranch worker couldn't concern a flaw. Oh, wait! I think you were implying ranch workers are stupid. Or no. Oh yeah, that's not what I meant. On the other hand, certain attorneys definitely are, since what you just presented is entirely meaningless. Yeah, shoot. Wait, consult. There we go. You get a consult after 2 fails, so... Why would Ingo even try to return to the ranch house if he knew there had been a murder there? Well, I don't imagine he had any other place to sleep. Father let him move in with us when he was hired so he wouldn't have to spend money on rent. Really didn't expect to be able to sleep at an active crime investigation scene, though. Well, it's not just that. All of Mr. Ingo's belongings are at the house. All of them, huh? It would be so easy to prove he went back to the scene if he just had something on him right now that he shouldn't. Maybe I should check his profile to make sure I haven't missed anything. Hey, speaking of profiles, do you remember you're going to present those during... Right? Be sure to keep this in mind. Okay, I think I know what to do now then. This change of clothes. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. Okay, I knew the change of clothes. The man who works on the ranch usually in his work clothes, but he dressed up nicely to court. Yeah, I think this works. I could be wrong. Witness, there's something seriously wrong with your testimony. Okay, music stopped. What are you talking about? You say you couldn't get any of your belongings as they were all at the ranch house, correct? The ranch house you were not allowed to go in. That's right. Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like your work clothes at all. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I would have got that one without the hint. I mean, it makes sense now, but I did not put that together at all. The defense has a point. The witness appears pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he would want to sully those clothes during work. Oh, and we have the picture of him in the same outfit, maybe, if he tries to do an excuse that he bought the outfit. Well, what do you have to say to that? Sure. Oh, of course. I can explain. It's simple. These are brand new. Yeah, alright, I'm already ahead of the game. On the way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I can very well show up in the court dressed like a bum. Ooh. Yes, defense. Certain people have a... Okay. Modicum? I don't even know that word. Modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately. What? That's supposed to mean. This is my finest Zora suit. So you claim you bought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? Do I accept that explanation? No. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What? Oh, how can you claim so? Defense. As you know, evidence is everything in court. Either prove that the witness couldn't have bought these clothes today or get out. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, this is like the... I've been struggling on everything. This is like the one thing where it's like... Came to mind right away. But I was talking about the clothes all day, about how that picture with the matching clothes. I would like to turn the court's attention to this. I like knew before it even happened. Why is this one lovely pictograph? That reminds me of the like days. What about this pictograph, defense? Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing. This photo is from Malum's childhood. Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. You couldn't have bought it today. Yeah. Order. I will have order. Well, the defense is absolutely correct. Hope the witness has a good explanation for this. There. I think we finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out this time. Oh. Unless someone weasels out for him. Isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear his nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He brought them to the silo in advance, that he could quickly change just before the royal visitation arrived. But he told the other story. Oh. Yes, of course, I needed to be presentable after all. But he said he bought them that day. Like, you're already... I look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom. Wait a minute, this is insane. What kind of kangaroo court is this? The prosecutor keeps making excuses up on the spot. Ingo is clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. Definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury. Accepted, Judge. There can be no other explanation. The prosecution explanation... One sec. Oh, it's not letting me. However, the fact that the witness didn't simply... Oh, wait, here we go. I missed something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury. Accepted, Judge. There can be no other explanation. The prosecution's explanation does seem plausible. What? However, the fact that the witness simply stated himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Defense. The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternative version of events? This is big. I really need to think this through. Ingo is acting suspicious right now. He's especially trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real motives. Why would he be doing this? Ingo has a... wardrobe in the silo. Ingo is the victim. Ingo is the murderer. I'm pretty sure he's the murderer. Like, obviously. But what if Ganon's the murderer and he is also a victim? I'm gonna say murder. This could... I think I'm right, but... Not Malin. I think it was the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did. If I want to think Malin is innocent. With that in mind, why Ingo will change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? They got dirty. Talon's blood got on them. They were eaten by a cow. Okay. When Indo killed Talon, his clothes must have blood on them. He had to change it to something else to hide his involvement. But then, wouldn't the Sheikah Forest have found the clothes in the house? That's burnt them. That's where the lamp comes in. How could they have disappeared? They were stolen. They were thrown in a fire. Everything's coming together. Oh, this is such a cool ROM, man. It feels weird. This has just been me reading for like 3 hours, but honestly, it's not that bad. I thought I might dislike it. I'm not a big fan of just like not reading. Igno burned his clothes. That's it. This explains everything. I believe I can offer an alternative explanation. Nonsense. Yeah, that was so good, that animation there. Already, man. Nonsense. Judge, the defense spent far too long sitting in silence just now. Oh, shoot. I love how you can just pause and, like, go up too, because, like, they clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling. And not only can I explain it, but, in fact, the defense formally accused the witness of the murder. No. It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit and why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because it got stained with the victim's blood. Preposterous. If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah force would have found them, and we would be trying someone else for murder now. Why? You're absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so he used this to dispose of them. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess's last testimony. The princess, that mysterious fire. Surely, you yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was. And yet, with this new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. Empty bottle of lamp oil found by a burnt-out fire. Ingo used this lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon and then tried to hide it. This is... No, hold on. What drivel are you spouting here? Me? Kill Talon? I already know that's impossible. Too busy for murder. Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. Fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery there. I'm trying to pin on poor innocent Ingo. Okay, so now the milk shipments being wrong is when I bring that up. I was just kind of like one step ahead there. Now I shouldn't have to remind you, defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. Adding even more things for him to do in the time is preposterous. That's right. The great Ingo is efficient at his job, but not that efficient. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must have been some trick at play here. Some kind of shortcut. I must find it. Okay. Too busy for murder. Everything you said is wrong. You have no idea what you're on about. Surely my scenario is more plausible at this point than these panicked attempts to fix your story. What's more plausible isn't for you to decide, defense. It's the judges that makes the final call. And as long as this is an alibi, as long as this alibi stands, I can't imagine him siding with you. Alright. Yes, all those loose ends have been to be tied up before a decision can be made. Witness, please continue. I'm an alibi for the time of the crime, I just couldn't have done it. Could you explain what the alibi is first again? With pleasure. At the time of the crime, I was busy preparing the day's shipment of milk. That's hard work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to make them. Shipments were inspected by the Sheikah forces they were leaving the ranch. And as our resident detectives have told us, they were found to be fully loaded up with bottles of milk. That's right. The Sheikah force itself had vouched for me. There's no way I could be the culprit. Well, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. Yeah, this game's really cool. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. Would it really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes? It would have taken long enough to definitely make the scheme infeasible. Cleaning shipments is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them into crates, and then load those onto the wagon. I love working with the cows, but that part takes longest because you only get a little at a time. As Mr. Ingo said, the whole thing really does take a while. My father and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the couriers. Wow. Here you go, defense. No client knows this is clearly the unshakable truth. Okay, so there's no way he could complete the shipments. Also, okay. No way he can complete the shipments and also do the killing. In that case, there has to be some way for him to finish the work faster. I just have to find it. Okay, well, we have it all. I'm just gonna, like, I'm pretty much, I know what to do. I'm just gonna question everything to know which one's the right one. Hold it. So you had enough time for breakfast, but not enough time to kill someone. Yes, of course. Breakfast was cooking while I kept working. Then I quickly gobbled it up. There's no issue here. In fact, yes. I remember it even burned a bit because I wasn't completely paying attention to it. That's why I had to go get the glass water too, you see. I had to wash it down after. But I can give you a little explanation. All I know, he actually did cook up a breakfast on a fire, burning blood so close. You continue, witness. I don't want to hear about your culinary adventures. Of course. My point is just what I've been telling you this whole time. I don't even think the fire was just made for a quick run. This is the last one. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Indo. The only people who could have done this were you and Malin. And I know Malin well enough to know she couldn't be the whole I know that leaves you as the perpetrator. Yes. But now we all know how much you value your friend. Yes. Let me remind you, though, that feelings don't matter at all here. Either show us solid evidence that puts Ingo's alibi into question or concede defeat. Is there any way he could have done the work faster? I'm not sure. It would be nice if there was, though. It could sleep in... I could sleep in a little longer every day. Yeah. I think he would have shared it with you if you knew. What shortcut did you use, Ingo? Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have an alibi for the time. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed all those milk shipments. Okay. The fire was made for a quick breakfast. I'm trying to get... No. No way I could have completed those milk shipments. Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being misdressed, or... I don't know which one to... They're probably both okay. Let's do a return. Like, if it's returned, he did it wrong. Witness. Well, okay, music stop. What is it now? I overheard an intriguing detail over the last recess. It seems the address on one of yesterday's milk shipments wasn't written correctly. You must have been rushing. That's how you did it. But I haven't heard anything about an issue with the shipment address. But I'll play along. Suppose you're right about it. Writing an address only takes a few seconds. Even if it was reduced to a single swift stroke of the pen, it would have saved much time at all. Certainly not enough to both commit a murder and cover it up. It wasn't just the address. Ingo must have been rushing the entire shipment. Oh, so okay. I did that in the right order. Unless they have it so you can do it in either order, where it's like it's not just the milk. They probably have it either way. By what method? If you say somehow complete the entire shipment more quickly, then prove it with evidence. Unfortunately for you, defense, I must agree with the good prosecutor. This alone doesn't prove how enough time may have been saved. Does you have anything else? Grr, I thought I had him for sure. Looks like I need something stronger to really pin him down. Oh, that was wrong. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments. Okay. That was just no, you don't lose a life. Here we go. What's up, Mr. Coachman? Did you really... but did you really... Though, did you really complete those shipments properly? Defense, I should have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked the boxes thoroughly. They were Definitely full of milk bottles. Oh, I'm sure it looked that way. Why are you getting at defense? Here you go, Your Honor. Huh? Milk for me? Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you'd stoop so low. The Crown will be informed of this. Oh, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting this milk. Just one little sip. This is highly irregular. But to be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one's throat dry, you know? You probably talk the least out of everyone here, though. Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Dot dot dot. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water. But water, I have to agree, this is definitely not standard milk. As we heard from the princess and the detective, Old Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. But there is no way people would say that about milk this lousy. Bah, whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this defense? It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today. So this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. Ah. It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipments on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered the milk to get the shipments done in time. Order, order. Yes, I suppose that would work. Indeed. All he had to do is milk fewer of the cows to save enough time without ruining the taste too much. I guess he used about a 50-50 split of water and milk. This is no, that, Talon, objection. Let me stop you right there. I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment, but all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker. How dare you? There you go, now he just admits to everything. Be quiet, you mongrel. Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer though, does it? Well, no. But how do we know that he definitely could have done it? We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well. Yet there's a vital element missing still. Let me pull it in simple terms, so even an idiot like you can understand. The bottle. The murder weapon. You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it couldn't have been the saw. Why is that? It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. Do I agree with this? I don't think he used the saw. I think the saw was just used to blame her. I don't think I disagree with this. I think I agree with it. I believe we're in complete agreement on this point. You realize the problem that creates for you, right? I'm sure it can all be explained as is. Very well then, let's move on to why nothing else could have been the murder weapon either. Okay. This I disagree on. Where would this supposed other murder weapon even come from? I mean, there's like tons of knives. Couldn't have used any old thing. Either answer the question defense until our discussion is over. Don't need to overthink this. Anywhere Inno could have got a weapon from will do. Don't worry about the exact display of the inventory. Where would this supposed murder weapon come from? Knives. I think this is it. I'm like... Have you forgotten this murder happened on a ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on the site. Oh, that's simply impossible. Where would the supposed other... We checked all the sharp objects on the ranch and searched everywhere. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. Could Ingo have hidden it? I don't know which one. I mean, he could have done either of them. But if he disposed of it, the ranch inventory, just like wiped it off. Just wiped it off. Lovely trace is not that easy to get rid of. People like us aren't so sensitive, but other things like those can easily tell this kind of smell. Actually, the Chica Force employs people. I feel like I'm kind of on the wrong track here. So Slaughter Ranch focus on some mercy milk animals. There are regularly butchered, so there's no good reason why any of the tools would have fresh blood on them. Any such that would have stood out like a sore thumb. Maybe because disposed is like, where would he, like, these are kind of the same. While the kingdom's best share on the case. No signs of anything burning on the premises. Part of the work. They wouldn't have time to hide anything very far from the ranch. Maybe they do really think he would have risked them. Now listen here. Well, I guess this is a good point. I think I have to rethink this. Disposed of it? No, that's impossible, you see. We check the sharp objects on the ranch. No items on the ranch inventory were missing on this, and that list is indisputable. Does the list. How can you be sure the inventory is accurate? Use your head. I can't believe I picked the wrong one. Like out of the three, I didn't lose any hearts. Use your head. There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have doubled, even triple checked that list when he wrote it, but Ingo did it. Just show the list again. Match inventory. Right, I think I just show it again because it'll just show that, like, the inventory list itself is false. Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes you question the veracity of this document? That would be another piece of evidence. Something about the inventory. The inventory itself is by Ingo, right? Like, or would another piece of evidence be Ingo? Something about the inventory itself also. It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted. You can't just go around making such general statements, defense. Point out what exactly about the inventory makes it suspect. Yeah, just point to Ingo, right? Take that. let's look here. The one who compiled this list was Ingo himself. He could have easily falsified the counts as part of his plan. That doesn't matter. Nothing could have left the ranch. Wouldn't Ingo have been able to just throw in the items over the fence? I'm pretty sure it's the printer of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere. Can you just burn them? Nothing could have left the ranch. Okay, I think it's just burning. I don't know. I'm not super confident on this one. Evidence reveals a clear contradiction to testimony. Oh, I think I'm gonna lose one. I must say I can't see anything clear. Okay, burning, isn't it? I guess it'll be on the... Okay. I mean, burning the murder weapon would have made sense, but I can get it. Nothing could have left the ranch. Wouldn't Ingo have been able to just throw... Oh, nothing was found anywhere. Most important point, has nothing really been able to leave? Oh, has nothing really been able to leave? Equipment. Some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. Oh wait. Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being misaddressed. So could he have put the murder weapon in there to bring it back? Does that make sense? If he purposely falsified the address on the box, so he puts the murder weapon in the box, ships it out so it gets taken back so that it's off the premise. Oh, that's... I feel like that isn't right. Wouldn't Ingo have been able to just throw the item out over the fence? Obviously, we searched all the perimeter of the ranch, so nothing was found anywhere. Okay, I'm not... okay, so... I need to think it's that. Maybe it's just the saw. But no, we did the whole inventory thing already. Okay, maybe this milk shipment. Some orders of milk that left the ranch. Wait. Let's just read this again. Nothing could have left the ranch. Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch. Some of the orders of milk that left the ranch. I don't know which one I should do. I think just this just should prove... Okay, we'll try it. Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few of the little shipments of milk? Here we go. Preposterous. Have you forgotten that said shipments had been checked by Sheikah Force before they were allowed to leave? It's true, but there was a place Sheikah would have overlooked. What in Din's name are you babbling about? We're talking about bog standard crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Or could they have missed a murder weapon? It's simple, they overlooked contents of the crates. Not exactly themselves they overlooked because they were wrongly addressed. I really don't want to... I mean, the contents of the bottles were wrong. They overlooked everything. I would say the crates... It's crates themselves. The killer used a big chunk of wood, killed the victim, and then nailed it to the crates. Oh, okay, that's probably not it. It was definitely metal. No stray bit of lumber could have created. Okay, don't make me lose a heart. The 11 was when he would have just burned it together with his clothes for sure. Alright. Don't make me lose. Defense, your retirement hinges on this point, you know. Try to think your answer a bit more carefully next time. No! Some of milk. Okay. The contents of the bottles were tampered milk. Okay, I don't want to lose. I'm thinking contents of the bottles, chat. Do you guys think the same thing? Or the contents of the crates? Like it's kind of the same thing. It's the contents of the crates have bottled, but the contents of the bottles... The milk bottles are watered down. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the contents of the bottles... I don't know, I just don't want to lose. If I had another life, I just... Bottles makes more sense. Maybe they both work. Alright, well... Here's one place inside the crates that the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining their shipment. Without ruining the shipment. That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search. Okay, that's it. That does seem plausible. Oh, wait just a moment. Nothing could have left the ranch. A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't go unnoticed. Someone would have reported it. How can you be so sure? Do you even know how much milk an average milk bar uses each day? All those shipments have most certainly been completed. Used up by now. Someone drinking from that bottle would have found it for sure, choking on it, even if they took a large... Okay, so that's the box now. A huge scandal. Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information. The returned box. Yeah. A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't go unnoticed. Someone would have just... Apparently one of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being misaddressed. There we go. You would be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned, unopened due to being misaddressed. What? No. Indeed. If you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all of that. Now that's strange. The ranch supplies the same milk bar every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving the bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. Ooh. I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on its game today. Maybe because they were worried I'd start to smell. At least calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Villagers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately. It's Malin. Okay. Alright, we got our hearts back. This is slander. Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. What would I want him dead? Why would I want him dead? The motive? That's simple. Why, I'm surprised you're even asking about it. Oh, Malin. The evidence here. I'm thinking it's just this, right? I'm not overthinking this. If she's in jail for murder, I think this is it. I could be wrong, but this just makes sense unless, like, the very inherent document you brought to court's attention states the following: in the case of Hester's death, his daughter Malin of the ranch will inherit the ranch, unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. What? You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malin for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malin would be the only possible culprit. Of course, you knew about the royal visitation advance. You knew Malin would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. No. What are you talking about? Talon signing the ranch over to me. Preposterous. Do you really not know? I guess it was Drigmeyer who procedure was actual document, not him. Your Honor. What is it, soldier? The box you requested is here. Already? That was quite fast. Apparently the team at the ranch had already noticed something array with it on their own. Box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver our message. Well. Let's see ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that proves my case is... Missing this. You can see a little bit of red in there. Take that. Here it is. From the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely. How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this? I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right. Oh, I've had it. Fine. You want to know why? You want to know why I really killed that scumbag? No, what are you... So you admit it. Yes, I admit it. What would you do if one day, after years of back-raking labor, despite putting your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish, without any reason, fired? Farewell. We don't need you anymore. What? That doesn't make any sense. Ho. Don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Mount and Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We will let him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy, and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. You should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malin, I killed that lazy bum you called a father. And he deserved it. Order. The witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away. Wait just a moment. And go. Yes, girl. Want to apologize for what you've done. Apologize, me? You're horrible. We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying. What? Oh, I like this cutscene here. This is cool. We've had so much work recently. Well, you know, it goes with the royal visit. Always a busy time. Want to make sure everything's in tip-top shape. I do worry somewhat about old Ingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish he'd take a step back and relax sometime. Maybe we should convince him to take a vacation. Now, there's an idea. I'll do him good. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him. Yeah, I was gonna get a vacation and everything. You were planning what? A vacation? For me? And I did. No, it can't be so. Please say it isn't so. Great. Oh, this is amazing. We have witnessed today the result of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable. Now was a kind man beloved by all who had good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only at this ranch, but all across Hyrule. The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him. An utter idiot dressed like a clown. Jeez, he's really laying into him. I bet he's just upset because he lost. The prosecution rant aside, I think it's time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? Young Mace, I'm very sorry for the situation you found yourself in. I'm very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Aw, thanks. Now, then, without further ado, in the name of Goddess Hylia and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find Milan of Lon Lon Ranch not guilty. Court is adjourned. Here we go. That was so cool. So well done. Actually, there's probably a bit more. March 17th, 12:32 p.m. Hyrule's Grand Court. Defendant Lobby, number 3. We did it. I suppose so. I guess Ingo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? I think I can never forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. That's fair enough, honestly. Really, though? You shouldn't think about that for now. Carefree, it's time to celebrate. I guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through. Oh, thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, really. So, thank you. Now, that's not quite right. I want to thank someone. I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Your Highness, I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle. What strings the Impa have to pull to get here? But I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. Oh, there is no need to bow. Not after what I've done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that angry little man. Perjuries, pretty serious, so that probably is not entirely wrong. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. There are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over here finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney, show Her Highness what I'm talking about. Do I just present Ignigo as like he's like well just shot never mind about that. In any case. Hey. Okay, mess that up. Okay, yeah, cause okay. Well, here. We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately. Oh, just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. Yeah, I guess I should have showed the bottle, but I was thinking like showing her something to show that like the crime got solved, and I was like, and so they left. Now then, listen to me. I knew that I am perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom through them. She needs to learn to take responsibility for actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency with which she has just been escorted out here isn't coincidental. What is the king going to scold her? At the very least. Now then. My duties call. Unfortunate, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust that I'll be able to rely on you in the future. Court proceedings as well. I'll try my best. There, that's all I ask. That unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself. Host hassle. Farewell. Uh-oh. You. Hello, nice day we're having, isn't it? Tell me, now, where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies. Dramatic much. He looks about, ready to burst from anger. Homicide, you're having chat. Don't be such a sore loser. You lost, deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you even a little bit glad? Her. Yes, I suppose there is some worth in that. What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of the idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them. I suppose there is some truth to what he said. Speaking of the detective, it appears she has fled from me like a cuckoo on the fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she's done for generations. Well, that sure was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. You think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course, I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too. I'll get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as my father may have seemed, he really did prepare me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. Make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. That's the spirit. I believe in you. I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Don't mention it. I'm just glad everything worked out in the end. And so ended a very personal case for me. Felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Malin continued working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper, even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following were some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I'd find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day. This is on console, Eddie. Law. What an incredibly impressive hack. That's one of the coolest hacks I've ever played. Like, dialogue was great, all the animations were great, like the custom menu. This seems kind of like Project Elite Swako. This kind of seems like it's like a really big like decomp hack, you know? It's like what they were able to do. Yeah, no, Fras, you guys did an amazing job with this. I am thoroughly impressed. Okay, I know I'm missing a couple things here. Scenario, Swako. Oh, there we go. Fast Freak right in the credits. Roadrunner, WMC, Luigi X Hero, and that Meatball or Meat Hero. I didn't quite see the last name. Scene modeling: Luigi X Hero, Fast Freak, and Swako. Or Skawo. Yeah, this was incredibly cool. Okay. Character modeling: Ungoon, Luigi X Hero, Jimbo, Slibs, Skawo. I think there's 2 mini games I gotta try too. So there's still more to this. There's probably still another 20 minutes of the stream for me trying the minigames. Character animation: Jimbo Slim, Unga, Luigi X Hero. Hey. That's so cool. 2D artist: Jimbo Slim, Snake Block, and Fast Freak. Programming: Swako, Roadrunner, WMC. Okay, how small is the bonus case? Swako and Roadrunner, because I have to leave in an hour and 15 minutes. Roadrunner, WMC. It's about an hour. Shoot, Meatball 132. Alright, I might not have time for the bonus case then. Cool program: Swako, Knuckleburn, Z64Me, Jared Johnson, Dragorn, 421, C64 Tools, Roadrunner, WFC, Serene, EZT, 32, Ishiro, 64 Thorough, Rando, Shamirs. Created using OTMPC Maker. Testing Swako, Lane North, Jimbo Slim, Roadrunner. Okay, I'm just gonna search up like how long playthroughs are. Like Hero of Law bonus case. Really cool credit scene here. I wonder if I have time to do it. Hero of Law bonus case. Oh yeah, Engel's great. Well, that's cool. Alright, that's super cool. Okay, so we'll check out some other stuff with this hack here. Scene select is now unlocked. Extra 1 is now unlocked. Check it out in scene. New game continue. Scene select / extras. Wait. I know there's a little mini game where like you're like jumping as Talon. Is that part of extras? Okay, okay, screw it. Let's I think everything's in extras. Let's just jump into extras. Hopefully I have enough time. We'll be quick. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is cool. Mini game here. Only 3 extras so far. Yeah, okay. Shoot. Because I looked a little bit into this game. I didn't like know any of the answers or anything, but I saw that there was this mini game. There's like a poker mini game, and there's like a whole nother like third court case or something. This is super cool though. Because I could be mistaken, but I think the team that made this made newer Super Mario Bros. Wii. So, and that was like a pretty big project. I could be wrong. I don't know that much about Wii modding. Okay. The control, it's kind of weird. Like, you'd think it'd be like Mario where you hold B to run, but it's like, it's hold B at all times. Yeah, it kind of does remind me of like Klungo Saves the World there. Gojo. Here we go. Wait, oh, he can wall. Oh, that's cool. I was not expecting that. Shoot, no, let's go. Come on. Door's clear. Okay, that's super cool. Oh, I really need one of those. Thanks. In return, I'll tell you a secret I've heard, supposedly. There's a game with a giant egg in which you can become a criminal. And a pair of games with climate change and time travel. They say that extras can be unlocked by connecting them on the title screen using a certain accessory. Wait. Now, I don't know what that means. There we go. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Most likely cause events. Oh, sorry, I was just kind of skimming through it. In Link's Awakening. Oh, okay. I thought I just told you exactly what it was. Alright, I got it. Yeah, anyways. Ringo's Casino. Posse rules about the song. It's development or placeholder with music. This is track in the Hyrule Castle courtyard. Real music, I try to use that as the basis, but first amount of chromatic notes that don't fit the key signature of the song. Adapting it to the style we wanted wasn't easy. Instead, I obviously based this song on Kaporu Gaboro's theme. The only melody is designed to mesh well with Kaporu Gaboro whenever the original melody runs up or down in the scale. Anyone does too. The chords underneath flow around aimlessly without much logic behind them. Mostly just varied the notes until they sounded nice. It's subtle, but the triplets played on this shaker at the very end of the Owl's melody is a nod to the corresponding theme from another Attorney game. Oh, that's cool. Cards. Okay, so it goes Tingle, Ganondorf. So you got 5. So it's like Luigi's Poker. Pick the cards. You pick how much you bet. Yeah. So I guess we only want to keep the Tingle because Tingle's worth the most. Wait, so it said this song was a bit of an unusual history. I was able to write the first 30 seconds of it, rearrangements of the original game's title theme on my first try. Then I got writer's block, composer's block, and couldn't figure out how to continue it. So I started a second attempt from scratch as soon as I saw that it wasn't as good, but I found it easier to think of ideas for it because it was more energetic. I adapted many of those ideas back into the first version of the festival. The sections based on Great Fairy's Fountain, The Legend of Zelda's main theme, and the title theme from newer Super Mario Bros. Wii are from there. But a section based on Ganondorf's theme didn't make the cut. Also, yes, you read that right. Here's a new Super Mario Bros. Wii reference here. the end of the song if you didn't catch it. Something else you might not have noticed is that the harp near the end plays mostly the same notes as the piano from the original game style thing. Anyways, once the piece was written, importing it was a challenge since this was the first song to use more than the 16 tracks allowed by the game. I need a lot more. The project file for the final version has 54 tracks. That's crazy. At any individual moment in time, though, most of them aren't playing anything. So, to fit in, I designed a new music recording system that let you mix and match different parts between the 16 tracks based on big spreadsheets. This is very useful later for many of the other complex songs to be written for the game, such as Confrontation Press. That's actually super cool. Okay. Cards you're drawing, you pick how much to bet by clicking the rupee. Okay, well I can't bet now, or... Oh shoot, okay, I do not know what I'm doing. These are the cards I want to get rid of. One pair, you lost, kid. Let's try this again. Yeah. Get rid of Zelda. 2 pair with Ganons and Tingle. Okay, I should win this. And you get to see your hand before you bet too, so it's like... So is there a way to win this? Or is this like, if I get to a certain, like... Oh, I got a full house. Wait. Got a full house. There's no way he's gonna beat it. You get 50 rupees, okay. Alright. Got to 50 rupees in no time here. I've been dealt really good hands. Tingles are pretty good. Or no. We select what we want to get rid of. Oh, shoot, no, I should have done more. I'm probably gonna win. Yeah, I got a full house with Tingles. Yeah, let's bump my bets up if I have a good hand. I already got a pair, let's... I know it's just a pair, but I'm still confident. Shoot, Oh, 2 of a kind and I pressed the wrong ones, whatever. Oh, there's a full house. Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah, I do the cards that I want to change. Sell those. There we go. Okay, let's get to 50 rupees here. Another Tingle, or 2 pair at least, or something. There we go, 3 of a kind. I 100% got it. Alright, almost at 50. Yeah, 3 Zeldas. I 100% have this. I'd be shocked if I lose. Unless he has a full house somehow, but... You're good. I'll tell you another secret then. You know the prosecutor's Dragmire. When he's on screen, press on the D-pad. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA. I was actually talking about the Konami code earlier. Yay, so do I just unlock everything or do I still have to do that when Dragmire's on screen? I was like, well, I bet you it's like the Konami code somewhere. That would just happen to be right. Or do I have to do that? Or am I good? Because since I've already unlocked it, the thing from doing the code. So like... There we go. Oh. Is this just like for funnies? Like for funsies? He just gets the moon on him, right? That's it, right? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's super cool. Oh, present something wrong. Shoot, okay. Does he like do something crazy when I present something wrong then? Shoot, I shouldn't do the epilogue because he's not here. Okay, sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Or no, he is here. But he does come in the epilogue. But I should probably do that same thing I did where it's like the thing or whatever. I don't know if I have time. I have to go in like 45 minutes here, so it's like I might not. I am the moon and I judge this evidence unworthy. Okay. Alright. I think that's it. Or is there something else special? I think that's it, right? Yeah. So do you think I have a chance of doing the last extra in 50 minutes or? Probably not. It's a whole... This case contains spoilers for The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Progress through the story will overwrite your current progress through the main story of Hero of Law. Like 30 minutes of duration. Do it later. Like how long does like I have 45 I have like 45 minutes. Yeah, I'll just give it a try. I don't really have anything else to do for 45 minutes. I got decent viewership right now, so I don't want to do this on a separate stream for 45 minutes, so it's like I'll kind of go through it fast. This case works best if Link is a thief in your The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening save file. Insert Link's Awakening or Link's Awakening DX game pack into the transfer pack. The transfer pack is connected or nothing is inserted into it. Continue. June 6, 2:17 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Courtroom number 7. You made it in time, I guess. Don't no clue why on earth they called me in here at this ungodly hour. You. Yes, me. I don't like being woken up at 2 a.m. either, believe me. I really hope that old fool has a good explanation for this. Old fool? You mean the judge? I see you're both already here. Already here. Splendid. I hope this wasn't too much of an inconvenience for you. There remains to be seen what could possibly be so important about this burglary case as to warrant this kind of urgency. Case? We're doing a trial. You mean you haven't been told defense? Oh dear. My apologies. I suppose I did order the soldiers not to tell anyone about what happened. They must have interpreted that a bit too early, literally. But that's fine. Secrecy is paramount here. Yes, having an entire entourage of Hylian soldiers arriving at the brutal fortress in the middle of the night was the pinnacle of stealth. No one knows. It's a secret to everyone. Wait a moment. You can't just defend someone off the cuff like this. That'd be incredibly unfair to the defendant. No. Doubting your skills. As much as I like to agree with you, defense, I have no choice in the matter. It must happen this very moment. Well, get on with it then, old man. What is this about? Right, yes, of course. Let me start from the beginning. A few hours ago, I was finishing my daily ablutions when a great light appeared within my chambers. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The night literally became day before my very eyes. And that wasn't all. People started to come out of the light, and I was shaken with fear. One of those people claimed to be the goddess herself, Hylia. What? I know, believe me. I was as flabbergasted as you are. The goddess proceeds to explain that in another world, one of her chosen heroes had been severely punished for committing some terrible deed. She decided that someone else could determine whether this punishment was just or not, to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome. Our own world was chosen as the best candidate to make this judgment. Wait, sorry. Did you explain that? Make the judgment. Okay. This is a joke, right? There's no way any of that is true. This is insane. Yes, it seems the judge has completely lost his marbles. Clearly, his age has finally caught up to him. I will be filing appropriate notices as soon as I can. At the very least, we can both get back to sleep quickly. That is true. Oh ho. I believe I know of just the way to convince you to. Soldiers, please call in the defendant. The defendant? What the? That's great. D. Yeah, no, that'd be sick. If I had a copy, I would, but I have the transfer pack and everything. I just don't have Oracle of Ages or Seasons. What's happening? You don't have time to watch you pass out. Get yourself together. Alright, that's what happened. Well, defense, are you convinced now? ... Well, I guess I can't deny it, can I? Definitely me. Younger, wilder perhaps, but sure enough. I guess so. Excellent. In that case, let us formally begin. The court is now in session for the trial of the thief of Koholint Island. Your Honor, you can't just declare him a thief right out the get-go. No, of course not. I have his name written down right here. It seems I'm just unable to say it. I'm just wondering, will I have time to do this? Like, is there playthroughs with this in them? I can just see like how long it takes for like other people to get this? Or is there no is there any playthroughs of this online I can like reference so I know if I'll have time? Like, how long does this take other people to do? That makes sense. Fascinating. A curse of sorts. I assume this is just punishment where we are to decide is just or not. Just? How could this be just? To be forever called a thief by everyone. Even I can't say my own name anymore. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it seems right to me. After all, everyone is just speaking the truth, are they not? The defense demands the prosecution abstain from claiming unproven statements. I firmly believe my client innocent, of course. Oh. Well, about that. I might have actually done it. I never played Link's Awakening, so I think you do end up stealing it. Yes, their greatness did specify that the defendant's guilt was non-negotiable. We are only here to determine whether the punishment he faced for it was reasonable. Now then, prosecution. Please give your opening statement. What? I don't know anything about this case, old man. You only just called us in here, remember. You're the one with all the details, so go on. Get to it. Well, I suppose I... Actually... Why don't we just... Okay, well, that makes sense, Jimbo. Well, I suppose, actually. Why don't we just let the victim describe what happened? Show the most accurate knowledge of the event. It's some kind of nightmare. Every good lawyer knows you should never defend yourself. Does this count? Alright. Who are you then? Oh, yeah. By yourself, I own the tool shop back on the Holent, I do. The greatest shop in town it is, I tell ya. It's the only shop in town. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not so close. No touching. You don't know what could happen. The world could implode. I don't think the goddess would allow this whole thing if it weren't a real possibility. What? If it's the only shop, there's no better in this world or the next one. Ever seen anyone complain? Yes, whatever. Now tell us what happened. How did you let yourself get swindled so easily? I'll say it all. You just watch me. The Great Heist. It was just a normal day. I was tending to me cash register. And suddenly this kid burst in. A green blur, I tells ya. Grabs the nearest thing and runs behind myself. So I turn around. But he ain't there anymore. So I turn back to the entrance. Hey, caramba. He's gone, nowhere to be seen, I tells ya. I can't afford my wares going for free. You know, they are already cheap as possible. Why I oughta... Well, I suppose he did already pay the ultimate price. Why, what a descriptive testimony. I feel as if I were there. Hold on. There's one thing I'm confused about. Who was it that set this curse, or whatever it is, on my client? To me, of course. What kind of shopkeeper would I be without summit magic? I know how it looks, but the guy can literally shoot deadly energy beams. Do not underestimate him. Right, of course. Without further ado, please proceed with the cross-examination defense. The Great Heist. It was just a normal day, and I was tending to me cash register. Do you have any customers at your store on a regular days, like the witness? Nah, can't say I do. It's a small town, you know? Besides, I think lately the people there have been spending their money at that blasted tendy game. Ooh, that four-eyed scoundrel running such an eyesore. Tendy game. It's a crane game that's also in town, 10 rupees per game. It's pretty easy to win. There's something wrong if people prefer to literally gamble on a crane game than to buy from this guy. Please continue, witness. Then suddenly this kid burst in, a green blur, I tells ya. A blur? Are you sure this was definitely my client? I swear on my mom. Could be anywhere else. Small town, you know? No everyone there. No one else wears weird green dresses. Hey, this is my finest student. I fail to see how this matters in any case. Forgotten that your doppelganger's guild has already been established defense. Forgotten, no, I wish I could. He grabs the nearest thing and runs behind myself. What is it that he stole anyways? Why? Why does that matter? He stole something and that's that. No need to be getting into the nitty-gritty. As it happens, defense, the goddess herself forbade us from talking about this. She called it technical limitation, whatever that means. What? But that's the most important question here. If it was something cheap, surely we can agree this punishment is too severe. It is what it is. I must ask you to drop this line of questioning. This is ridiculous. Oh wait, don't look so lump chum. Here you go. This is a flyer with all my wares. That should give you an idea of what it might have been. Well, it's something at least. The court accepts this flyer into evidence. Now then, witness, please continue. So I turn around. Patrons can just freely go behind the counter like that. Nah, of course not. I don't have a counter. But customers have to hold their items while I ring them up. But wouldn't the register have to be on a counter or something similar? Well, yeah, I suppose. But it's only big enough for me register, not for any products too. That's what I mean. I see. Yeah, I got a problem. Who are you to criticize my interior decorator? Best to have little extra fluff as possible. Keeps customers' eyes on the wares, you see? Well, I can't deny there's some logic to that. But he ain't there anymore. Go ahead. Hold it. Hey, actually that reminds me. I noticed that the wall behind me was starting to get moldy. This is stray thought distracted me for just a split second, you see. That all a joke, some kind of skit. So I turned back to the entrance. Let me guess, he wasn't there either. As I live, a slimy rope. Hey, ay caramba, he's gone. Nowhere to be seen, I tells ya. Your establishment doesn't exactly have the tightest security, does it? Never needed anyways. Everyone in town trusts everyone else. Everyone was shocked when I told them, I tells ya. Shocked. I can't afford my wares going for freeze, you know. They're already cheap as possible, I ought it. I do have to ask, why did you need to steal from the store exactly? Oh, well, you see, I only need one of those things in there. Yes, that's what paying is for. I was shipwrecked. Wasn't exactly swimming in rupees. Defense, do you have an actual question for the witness? Then let us move on. Continue, shopkeeper. Well, I suppose he did already pay the ultimate price. What does that mean? Oh, that's right. This guy literally killed me when I went back into the store. What? You know, if you're going to make up a lie, at least make it believable. It's not a lie. It's true. How are you here then? I don't know. It got undone somehow. One moment I'm getting fired, fried, and then poof. I'm back at the doorstep, and that guy is just smiling at me creepily. Really, death is enough as a punishment for that. This is all sounds very hard to believe, defendant. Well, what did the witness mean by the ultimate price then? Oh ho. Well, I just met the curse I set on him, didn't I? Yes. That was it. Perfectly sensible. Okay. Starting to get goosebumps. But surely this is all there, is it? Well, that's quite the testimony. If you say so, you're the lawyer here. Whatever that means. Wait, are you saying there are no lawyers in the world at all? I don't think there are. How weird. I can't imagine that would even work. Anyways, best to stay on track. I don't have much to work with here, so I should keep pressing more details. Here. Well, that's quite the testimony. If you say so, you're the lawyer here. Whatever that means. Wait, are you saying there are no lawyers in the world? Yeah. Okay, so what do I even question here? Let's look at the where's list. I'm assuming we just used the where's list somewhere. And suddenly the kid burst in. But he ain't there anymore. No. Yeah, I really do not know what to do here. Evidence reveals a clear contradiction to this one, in your honor. No. Hey, yeah, I don't know. Wait, didn't he kill him? Oh yeah, okay, I was thinking that too, Dave. I can't afford my wares going for free, you know. They're already cheap as possible, yeah. Yeah, no, that's it. I was literally thinking that. No, you're good, David. Like, I was thinking that. You're good for that backseat. That one, I was kind of on that track, and I'm not super... I need to do this fast anyways. You say that's not quite true. I was thinking that, too. Whatever do you mean, defense? Your Honor, if you look at the flyer the witness has so graciously provided us with, do any of these items in there seem like a bargain to you? Well... Let's see. Goodness gracious. 180 rupees for a simple blow. Why, that's more than I get paid in... Oh wait, just a bloomin' second. All the villagers be happy with me shop. No one ever complained, you know? Is that so, witness? Tell me, how many customers do you get each day? That's not important. It's all because of that blasted trendy game. Not me fault, folks prefer to play with that stupid crane. I will agree that the prices are a bit inflated. So what? What do you mean, so what? My other self needed to survive somehow, and the prices were entirely unreasonable. I was shipwrecked. I would have taken me months to get that kind of money. Yes. Given a survival scenario, I suppose this explains the defendant's motives at the very least. Indeed. He didn't just steal out of malice, or with profit in mind. It was a life or death situation. Life or death, you say? Tell me, which one of the items listed in that flyer is necessary for survival precisely? Well, for instance, this is gonna be the bow, right? It's gonna make you point to it. Exactly. Maybe the recovery hearts. 10 rupees is way too much for those. Oh, I agree. That's a terrible deal, given that you can get them just by cutting some grass. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Everything this store carried that one might need for survival could have been easily obtained elsewhere. No, not the bow, right? The defendant had no pressing need to steal anything. Prosecution makes a valid point. There's no food or water listed among the whereabouts after. I wasn't just trying to survive, I was trying to leave the island. Leave the island? And how would you do that using this set of items? Pray tell. Were you planning to paddle off the island with a shovel? No, not directly like that. The island can't be escaped by normal means. I needed them to wake the windfish. What the heck is a windfish? I'm not sure. Right. So you knew it needed to be awakened because an owl told me. Are you trying to make sense at this point? Hoot hoot. Perhaps I can hold some light on this particular matter. Oh, the owl. Why, yo, is that a talking owl? Ooh. It felt like I was needed, and so I came. Hoot hoot hoot. It would be wise not to scoff at what your counterpart is telling you. So you mean... Hoo hoo hoo. Yes, of course. Everything the brave young lad has said is true. He is on a special quest, and Colin's no regular island at all. If you allow me, I can explain everything. Hoot hoot. Oh, thanks to goodness. Finally, someone will actually explain something. What utter nonsense. I object to the presence of this animal. Presence of this animal in my courtroom. Who am I going to listen to a testimony from now? Objection. Oh, so you're accepted everything else because happening here, but not this. The defense demands the right to cross-examine the bird. Out of all boneheaded, stupid. Okay. Order. Allow me to share my opinion on this matter. Given the situation at hand, I see nothing wrong with allowing a bird to testify, unusual as it may be. Owl, please tell us all we need to know about the nature of Colin's Island. Colin's is very existence, his very essence, Hoot. It is tied to the windfish's slumber. As long as the windfish sleeps, the island cannot be escaped, like a terrible nightmare. The young sword bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that will wake the Great One. With the instruments all united, the windfish slumber shall come to an end, and so shall Colin. That didn't explain anything either. Just like I said, listening to the bird was a waste of time. Hoot. Perhaps that was not as clear as I hoped. Do forgive me. Over-mystifying is a bit of a occupational hazard for our kind. What occupation? Professional owl? Please, if you have questions, I will happily answer. Hoot hoot. Well, the witness seems to be all but begging to be cross-examined. Defense, please go right ahead. Hoot. Golin's very existence is very essence. Hoot. It is tied to the windfish's slumber. Well, let's start with the Dodongo in the room. What the heck is the windfish? Dodongo? No, young counselor. You must be confused. The windfish, the Leviathan, is a huge whale. As far as Koholint is concerned, it has always been, and as long as Koholint is, it will always be. Right. A deity whale. I bring up the fact that whales are not fish, but at this point, I don't think it really matters. As long as the windfish sleeps, the island cannot be escaped like a terrible nightmare. What would happen if you did try? You couldn't just build a raft and try to sail away. Hoot. Truthfully, I do not know. Perhaps, no matter how long you sailed, the island would just never fade from view. The sea would never end like an infinite staircase until you turned around and found yourself back where you started in no time. Or perhaps you would just die. Yikes. That's a possibility. I admit, I thought about trying that a few times. There's but one way to escape. The young sword bearer must thus search the 8 instruments of the sirens, and play the ballad that will wake the Great One. Well, how does one obtain these elusive instruments exactly? That is no simple task, to be sure. Instruments of the sirens sleep deep within temples scattered across the land, fought with monster traps and other dangers at the end of each, a formidable foul foe guarding a peace. Yes. To obtain all the instruments of yore is to slay all those who corrupt the island from within. Slaying foes, this sounds like some kind of mass murder spree. It appears that our worlds may differ in each other more significantly than I thought. I cannot fill him here. How strange. What in Din's name are you blabbing about now, you feathered menace? Wait, what's that? Who, in our land, since the very beginning of time, an evil influence has permeated all. The king of evil, the demon lord, Lord Ganon, from the very dirt of the earth, to even the first thoughts of an infant. If you dig deep enough, if you look closely enough, you will find his malice and hatred. The king of evil, Ganon, though he noticed too, could it just be a coincidence? Naturally, when I speak of vanquishing foes, I speak of his creations. Deeply rooted in the most primordial evil, these foul beasts' only goals are for their own survival and for the misery of others. No being that has been touched by Hylia's grace would object to their destruction. It is innate to our nature as breathing. And yet, here's a world without him. In your world, lucky to have been spared, or has ours been particularly unlucky? That I do not know. Perhaps this is even the very reason her grace has chosen this world to send us to. Do you have any idea what this is about? I think I do, actually. Really. I don't think it really matters for what we're talking about, though. Alright. Could we get back to the matter at hand, then? Why hoot, of course. I was just, musing aloud. With the instruments all united, the windfish slumbers shall come to an end, and so shall Koholint. Right. I don't suppose making noise any other way would suffice. You know, just screaming into its ear or something. Hoot, hoot, hoot. Of course not, my dear counselor. Windfish's sleep is not natural. A magical slumber like that can only be broken by a magical means. Right. But what do you mean by that last part? Will something happen to Koholint when the windfish wakes? Koholint's Island is a magical place born of the windfish's slumber. Once the Leviant awakens, the magic keeping Koholint in place will dissipate. You mean... Hoot, of course. When the windfish wakes, Koholint will disappear. And nary a sight shall remain. What did you know about this? Well, truth be told, I suspected... Ah, clever lad. Hoot. Yes, surely you have noticed. The only shop in town selling nothing but tools and equipment, shopkeeper with natural powers, villages of taking animals. Koholint, as a whole, is unnatural. It is a place made of dreams and nightmares. Villages of taking animals. Must have missed that part. What about the inhabitants then? Where will they go when the island disappears? Yo, thank you so much for the donation though, Mr. Diagonal Yips. I'm new to the channel, but I've seen a small portion of this game. Hope you're having a good time. Thank you, Mr. Diagonal. Appreciate the donation, man. Yeah, it's been a blast. This is a really cool ROM hack. We're indeed. Yeah, I've heard about Mario Party 4 being compiled. It's cool. We're indeed. After all we've heard here, I think one thing has been made clear. My client has truly found himself in a life or death situation. This testimony fully corroborates that. On top of that, to escape the island, he had to go on a life-threatening quest. In order to survive his ordeal, he needed to be as well equipped as possible, and the only way to get the needed equipment was from the store, which was charging exorbitant prices. These are all clear mitigating factors. And with that in mind, the defense asserts this punishment is far too severe. Indeed. This does paint the defendant in a more positive light. It appears the theft might have been necessary given the situation. Yes, that was easier than I thought, and it is still early enough to go back to sleep. Now, always used to annoy me a little, but it's really come to my rescue this time, hasn't it? What's up, the Shadow Wolf? Hoot, I'm here to help lad. I feel there's no need to further prolong this trial. While this court does not condone the defendant's act in and of itself, I do now believe that he has been punished too harshly for it. And so the court finds the defendant. Don't object. Ah, oh, shoot. Okay, I don't have much time. I have like 10 minutes. Old man, surely you don't mean to tell me that you've worked me in the dead of the night. Just to make farce out of this trial. Farce? But Mr. Dragonemeyer, the defendant has just presented a rather compelling argument. Compelling? Don't make me laugh. Yes, he had a reason to do what he did. All criminals have reasons. That's no justification. Objection. It wasn't just any reason. Survival was at stake here. Objection. What was it though? You. Bird brain. Hoot hoot. Yes, what is it? You've said that the defendant was to go visit a bunch of dusty old temples in search of the instruments. Tell me, were those instruments the only things in there? Yo, what's up, Aurora? Good having chat. Hoot, nope. I suppose they were not. Hoot. My structures as old as those, you're bound to find things left by previous inhabitants. Why, Hoot, yes. I'm sure there would be a lot of treasure left in there too. Oh no. Treasure, money, all of that within the brat's grasp. Could have easily gotten the funds to properly purchase the items he stole with only a little legwork. Objection. Wait a moment, it wouldn't be that easy. Those places were full of monsters and traps. Without any equipment, it would be too dangerous to go alone. Oh, how quickly you've forgotten defense. Try to recall the Flying Menace. The Flying Menace's words. Just a few moments ago. The young sword bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that will wake the great one. Our little kleptomaniac had a perfectly good sword with him. He wasn't barehanded at all. No. All he was looking for was some kind of easy shortcut out of his predicament. Or maybe little Snake just wanted to keep all the treasure for himself. How dare you? I'm not some greedy treasure hoarder. Either way, the defendant might have had a reason for the theft, but I'd say that reason was likely nothing but selfishness. Hoot. He wanted to keep the treasure. Now, Barrister. That's not even remotely possible. All of this treasure as part of Caholent. Okay, is there a playthrough of this on YouTube? Like, am I like 10 minutes within being done, or is this like another? I just want to know if I'm going to be able to finish this or not. Actually, disappear with it. That doesn't mean anything. The twerp might not have known that. Oh, come on. Just admit you're wrong. Now, this is quite the pickle indeed. The prosecution has brought up some good points, but so has the defense. Furthermore, we seem to be out of testimony to discuss at this point. This will be a hard decision to make. Actually, that reminds me. There was something you keep bringing up in your testimony, Mr. Witness. Yes, what is it? You often mention that Caholent is like a dream, or a nightmare. How literal is that? What are you going on about? Of course it's not actually. Oh no, it very much is. What? Hoot. I thought the point was clear. My apologies. Caholent only exists within a dream. We are in a dream right now too, in fact. Oh my, this whole trial isn't real. I should have known. This whole thing was just way too... what was that word? Well then, now that we've made that clear, I'm just going to go and wake up, if you don't mind. Objection. Why, that might be the wisest thing you've proposed so far, defense. But of course it's not going to be you waking up. I'm the only real person here. I haven't the slightest idea how my mind conjured up this nonsense. Shouldn't have had that noble pursuit before bed. Oh ho, I suppose it wouldn't be the first time I've dreamt of the courtroom. It's never quite this vivid, but I guess the old man still has quite the active imagination. Meanwhile, my imagination being a bit overreactive right now, I guess, and I haven't even had any noble pursuits. Please wait. Huh? You can't. You can't just wake up. What about me? What about you? You're clearly just an invention of my mind, brat. Hey, you want a resolution? No problem. Judge, declare a guilty verdict right now. Prosecutor Drakemeyer, I refuse to hand down a faulty verdict, even in my dreams. No, this won't do. I will just have to wake up now. Here goes. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I got time. I don't think this is going to be another 8 minutes. Strange. I don't seem to be able to. Hoot. Oh, man. I may interject. I have said this. This is a dream, yes, but why would that mean that nothing here is real? Oh, be quiet, you pile of feathers. Oh, maybe not. I banished you from my dreams, Boygorn. Be gone. What is this? Am I stuck in this nightmare? Well, naturally, only one person here can actually control the dream. Everyone else is just along for the ride. So speak. Are you saying everyone here is actually real, just sharing the same dream? Why, who? Of course. Her Grace chose one person to be the host, and then thrust the others into it. Preposterous. This is all in the Green Brat stream. Why doesn't he just remove his curse on his own? Preposterous. Not at all, my angry Gerudo friend. I never said he's the one in charge. He came from the dream world of Koholint, after all. Well, how do you wind up in someone else's dream then, you bastard buzzard? Hoot. Having battled the Ganon before, he is of practical interest to the Demon Lord. The Evil One saw an opportunity and forcibly shoved him into the dream of the Windfish. A dreamscape has been steadily perverting with his evil for many years. He infested it with his own creations, twisted it into a dangerous place, and imprisoned it with creations within. As a result, that is also why our green-clad friend cannot wake up normally. But this world is free of Ganon, and whoever the host of this stream is could indeed just wake. Although, I cannot imagine the goddess Hylia would be very thrilled with that conclusion, having made all that effort to bring her chosen hero here. Well, how do you know all of this? Hoot, why isn't it obvious? I myself am part of the Windfish's spirit. Like, does anybody know if I'm at the end? Because I generally have to go in like 5 minutes here. So like, I kind of just want to end stream now, but this could just be it. I cannot just stand idly by when Hylia's own champion was defeated, such a red hand. And so I've tried to lead you to the 8 instruments, and I reached out to Hylia for help with this predicament. I can hardly believe it. Well, who is it then? Who's the one controlling this dream? Hoot. That, I do not know. That is something you have to find out for yourself. Whoever it is. Very near the end. Whoever it is will have the final word in this trial. So that's it then. It all hinges on that point. Who is the dream's Windfish? I must consider all the facts. Who's the one that Her Grace Hylia chose to control the dream? Okay, is this it? Could it be the... Sorry if I seem rushed. I have to go in like 4 minutes here. Who is it? Is it the judge or Dragmire? Just tell me. I don't have time to get it wrong. I'm thinking it's the judge, but I don't want to prolong this, or neither of them. It's neither. Both Dragmire and the judge have already conclusively proven they are not the host of the Dream Saints, yeah. I just don't have time to think this out, because I gotta go, like, right now. Maybe... No, you're the dreamer. Yeah. It can't be thou or the shopkeeper. They each have ended the trial. They were now they're in control. I already know that the thief isn't the one in control, so who does that leave? I'm in control. It's me. Yes, yeah. Here we go. I am this dream's Windfish. Okay, wow, that was perfect timing. That's it, right? That's it, there's no doubt about it. Yeah. Oh no, they're gonna have a resolution. Well, what are you looking so smug about? Isn't it obvious? I just realized who must be the one controlling the dream. No, it can't be. I see you realize it now too. Oh my, you mean you're the one. Well, let's give it a try, shall we? What are you? Hello, everyone. Oh, yeah. Now this dream's getting good. Marin. Defense. What do you do with Monster Dragmire? Nothing bad, of course. Ejected him out of here. Probably wake in rather abruptly right about now. It'd be nicer to have someone more pleasant to deal with on the opposing side. The prosecution has nothing more to add. The defense is totally innocent. This, I won't stand for this. Yeah, just give yourself an easier opponent. Okay, how long is this? Oh, shoot. Okay, there we go. Just get rid of the judge. I think this is it, right? Wait, we'll give the verdict now. I know of one good candidate. Huh? There we go. Well, no reason to prolong this trial. The defendant please step up to the stand. Is this really okay? I thought the goddess wanted a fair trial. Actually, she requested no such thing. What? The way the judges put it, the only stipulation was that someone else decide your fate. He decided that someone else should determine whether this punishment was just or not to ensure her own bias would not affect the outcome. At no point did she specify how the decision should be made or how many people should be making it. That still feels like cheating. Well, there's one easy way to find out if it's allowed or not. This court finds the defendant... Objection. No! Okay, I gotta... God, shoot. My product was still stolen, you know. What kind of justice is... Okay, there we go. Get rid of them. Don't interrupt me. Now then, once again, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Okay, okay. So let's see, your name is Link. Of course, our names are the same. I'm not sure why you're surprised. And no more stilling, you hear? Of course not. Never again. Glad to hear that. Best of luck on your quest. And with that, court is adjourned. Alright, I think hopefully that's it. I like have no time. So if it loops back to the title screen, it's perfect. Oh, shoot. June 6th, 4:22 a.m. Link Legal Agency, Ocarina Village. No. What? Where? The office. That's right, I need to catch up on work, I guess. I must have fallen asleep reading the case files. Man, what a crazy dream, though. What was it about again? I was in court, and then... darn. It's gone already. It can't remember a single thing. Oh well. The end. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that was actually perfect timing, because I gotta leave like right now, unless it prolongs more, but... Yeah, I'm assuming that's it. Or, oh shoot, maybe not. Okay, perfect. That was perfect timing. Anyways, thank you guys so much for checking out the stream. I gotta end this like right now.